get in touch with one of the participants of the conference, please write at the mail address that you can see here on the screen, and we will try that during the discussions with our panelists that we ask your questions as well. Now I would like to invite Mr. Robert Orban to present to us very briefly the magazine. Please take the floor.
Hvala, Majo. Poštovani predsjedniče Narodne.
Thank you, Maya, dear speaker, dear ministers, dear mayor, dear representatives of foreign institutions to Serbia, your excellencies, the ambassadors. When back in 2009 we got the license for the Economist, as you know, this was the year of the beginning of the economic crisis, and few people thought that it would be a good time to issue such a prestigious magazine. 12 years later, we are issuing the 13th edition. While I'm talking now in Zagreb, we also have a conference in Zagreb opened by Prime Minister Plenković. Last week we had conference in Sarajevo. This year we have for the first time Slovenia and North Macedonia. So practically we managed to have 5 issues in the 5 regional countries. I'm saying this because when it comes to the power of brands such as The Economist or any other brand for that matter, not even the economic crisis of 2009 or the pandemics that has been here with us for 2 years are not powerful enough to stop the power of the brand. So each industry should continue, and this is a small testimony to the successfulness of that. I'm going to go quickly through this conference after the introductory addresses. We will have an opportunity to hear address by President Vučić. After that, we will have the ambassadors of several important countries. We are talking on the topic Brave New World, the way they see the world order in 2022. This morning, I was a guest at K1. Many new topics are being opened up on a daily basis with regards to Bosnia, Republic of Serbia. Hopefully, we are going to get some answers. And after that, we are going to have a panel dedicated to the economic situation where we are going to hear from representatives of a few most important chambers of commerce. And, you know, we are going to talk about the before and after the pandemics, the challenges for 2022, and we will also talk about the global challenges and our local responses. What we are used to is that at the end of the year, we always have Joan Hoey from The Economist. She is going to give us a view from London. Or rather, sorry, we are first going to hear from Nebojša Katić, a famous economist who always gives us this reality check of the Serbian economy and the global economy. And after that, we are going to hear from Joan Hoey from The Economist. She is sharing with us the view of The Economist from London. As we know, we often had dilemmas in December 2015. They said at The Economist that at Brexit 2016, Britain is going to decide to stay, that Hillary Clinton is going to win the elections. In 2019, few people expected or predicted the pandemics in February, March. It's difficult to say, but today's conference will hopefully leave some trace or provide some kind of guideline in terms of how to behave in our private lives, the economies, institutions, industries, and how to face the 2022, irrespective of the possible challenges. Thanks a lot.
Ja ću da ih usporim, ako bude mogu. Thank you, Robert, for this keynote speech. Let's see an introduction, video introduction for the conference.
Pretpostavljam da je...
I assume that most of you, during the state of emergency, have seen Soderbergh's film The Plague from 2011, which describes the way in which COVID-19 was created and started to spread, at least in the version that is topical today. Have we learned anything as a civilization, and what will be our attitude toward the environment? The economic development and the environment are mutually exclusive, or should we care equally about both segments? These are just some of the topics we will mention and discuss. I want to ask Mr. Ivica Dačić, the Speaker of the Parliament of Serbia, to welcome the participants.
Ja ne mogu da ustajem.
I'm sorry, I cannot get up and come to the stand. I cannot leave my place. Maybe someone would want to take it. Mr. President, dear members of the government, your excellencies, dear participants of the conference, and dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you in the Parliament, which is the host once again of this important conference. I wish you welcome, and I want to thank our organizers for gathering extremely important speakers and participants. We are getting used to the fact that we cannot avoid having our deliberations on this conference about what we will face next year. A year ago, on the same event, we have tried to look forward in 2021 and to find responses to the issues caused by the pandemic. I could repeat what I said last year about Serbia and its combat against the pandemic, and I probably would not be wrong. Back then, a year ago, Serbia had and still has the best possible response to the crisis provoked by the COVID when it comes to healthcare, and especially concerning the preservation of our economy and population. This year, Serbia is even more convincing. It has high growth and attracts foreign investments and general rise of the standard of living and domestic investments in infrastructure. I cannot say that the global crisis has been an opportunity for Serbia, as some used to say, because unfortunately we had many people that died or were infected, in spite of all the efforts of our healthcare system. But we can nonetheless say that we have overcome the crisis as one of the best top countries in the world in terms of preparedness and response. There are very few countries that can boast of having provided to the population sufficient quantities of free vaccines of all global manufacturers. Very few countries was capable at the peak of the pandemic to spread and extend its health capacities and build new hospitals that will remain within the healthcare system. Very few countries have been able, at the beginning of the vaccination, to open capacities to produce the vaccine, as Serbia did with Sputnik, and as it will do going forward with the Chinese Sinopharm. Concerning the economy, while last year and this year we managed to preserve and even increase the economic growth, to continue with record-breaking FDI-related results, and to encourage infrastructure building, it is clear that we are looking forward to 2022, when the pandemic will hopefully be nearing its end. This is not only me being optimistic of wishful thinking. This is a realistic expectation based on the relevant parameters, the budget that we adopted recently. This is a budget of a stable economy, development-oriented, that will invest a lot in increasing the standard of living, including that of the pensioners, and will have sufficient resources for public investment. This is the real state of affairs in Serbia, the outcome of multi-year efforts of a team led by the president, and the outcome of a policy that has prioritized the interests of the citizen and that of the nation. Next year, Serbia will be better than it was this year, when it was better than in 2020. In the economic field, international fields, every field that is important for our national interests. In exactly a month, we will have a referendum on constitutional changes, hopefully to be successful. With a high rate of participation, we will be completing an important endeavor, and this will improve the position of the judiciary. In addition to all experts, CSOs, the Bar Association, university representatives, these amendments were supported by the key international institutions, primarily the Venice Commission. So I hope that we will start the following year with not only a new cluster opened with the EU, but also with the amendments to the Constitution that have been one of the top criteria on Serbia's European path. We will also be having elections in April. They will be conducted according to democratic standards. And we will apply all the arrangements and agreements that we have set in the inter-party dialogue. The future government and the future president will also be elected, will hopefully preserve the continuity of the current policy in terms of infrastructure projects, the opening of plants, and the rise of the living standard. This is the policy that will continue to fight for the most important national interests on the international stage. I mean by that Kosovo and Metohija. Brief, in a nutshell, I expect full stability as a prerequisite for development. This is not a forecast. This is merely a logical course of action based on our institutions, and it will probably, hopefully, be verified by the support of our citizens on the elections. I wish you welcome once again, and I'm sure that on this conference we will hear about very detailed projections of our development going forward and advice as to how to make Serbia even more successful and to raise its reputation in the world. Thank you. And once again, I wish you welcome to the Parliament. I will now have to leave and to go to the other chamber of the Parliament because we have a Parliament session, but you are, of course, free to remain here. Thank you, Mr. Dačić.
Yeah, he has to do his statesman duties. And this is the only reason why he's leaving us now, after the address. Now it is my great honor and pleasure to open officially this conference. The conference is going to be opened by the President of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić. Ladies and gentlemen, President Aleksandar Vučić. Dear Speaker of the Republic of Serbia, distinguished ministers of the Republic of Serbia, Your Excellencies, members of the Corps Diplomatique, ladies and gentlemen. On the 2nd of September 1843, Mr. Wilson, a man of great experience and vision, printed the first issue of magazine The Economist. This was described as a daily for economy, politics, and agriculture. In 1846, The Economist said that it was a daily for politics, literature, and general topics. I'm not saying this in order to show or to point at the change in the cause, but this is the main advocate of the liberal economy, just as its founder promoted it. My desire is to show that the first industrial industry has kept changes its focus. Now, when we are witnesses to the fourth industrial revolution, we should not take rigid positions with regards to the future, because there are no rules. The paradigms, they are by the definition, they are linked to the long-term politics, and nowadays they do not have their original meaning. Because things that happened 2 years ago, we cannot actually draw the same conclusions today. The speed at which the technology is developing, which changes our futures in a way that was inconceivable only a decade or two ago. Let us think of Steve Jobs, the visionary who died without hearing of Internet things. He died only a dozen years ago. So, the predictions, my predictions, are based on the solid scientific grounds and my 30 years political experience, but do take them with a pinch of salt, if I can put it that way, because things are changing at an exponential speed. And some that I deeply disagree about, but they're talking about the reset of the humankind. Reset means that we should go back to the original setting, whether they're cultural or anything else. So irrespective of the fact that I fully appreciate our hosts, I have to say that the liberal economy, as we know, has shown, the system of liberal economy has shown certain shortcomings. Maybe some other, I'm not claiming that some other forms are more humane or better, but I think in a way we have lost the internationalism. And we have, in a way, endangered the basic freedoms. And we have all faced some kind of losses during the last 2 years. Some of us have lost dear persons. Some of us have lost a job. Unfortunately, the mankind has lost confidence in multilateralism. And now, for instance, the battle for the vaccine has become the issue of all issues. And it also has the intelligence and counterintelligence aspect. So I'm going to talk about our objective expectations. By looking at last and the year 2 years ago, this is the period of major uncertainty, basically mainly caused by the pandemics. But the government of Serbia has managed to set aside, to allocate 17% of its GDP for assistance, both for the economy and for the citizens. We have managed to keep the jobs, we have managed to maintain the production capacities, and we are an economically stable country with the responsible microeconomic policy. The the organizations that set the credit worthiness of the countries have assessed us very favorably, and it seems, from stable outlooks, it has been moved to positive outlooks, and we are just a step away from the investment grade set by Standard & Poor's. So these pandemics last, and it brings new challenges to the humankind. Unfortunately, the percentage of unvaccinated is still very high, and we have new versions that are really bringing new earthquakes to the world economy, if you like. But when you add the lack of availability of vaccines, COVID-19 is a particular problem for the developing countries. This is not only humane, but also or human or rights issue, but also the economy issues, because there is this balance and it is deepening. We expect that these trends will remain in some of the developing countries because of the rising prices of food, of energy raw materials. And one of the problems is that the energy raw materials have become the new battleground, both for the big powers, world powers, and for the regional ones. We cannot no longer get energy raw materials at low or acceptable prices. This is becoming a new weapon, and this is with using new type of ammunition, if you like. The companies are facing a new dilemma where to produce and how to distribute products throughout the world. Because we have to decide how much we should produce locally and how much abroad, because the supply chains are being seriously disturbed. One thing is clear: the present and the future disturbances in the supply chains can certainly shake thoroughly the world economy. Now we come to chips or semiconductors that are the lacking products for all European and American car producers, manufacturers. I would like to say that we have a lot of challenges that are becoming greater day in, day out. So how to balance the rising requirements in energy raw materials when we expect the major increase in the global demand for energy because of the development of the economy? On the other hand, we have challenges linked to the energy transition and the cutting down on different emissions. Also, there is question of high prices of energy, and this particularly concerns or takes into consideration the OPEC member countries, because they will certainly keep the prices at a high level because they also need the funds. Recently in Glasgow, I asked the question: how will those who are energy dependent can bear this burden of rising prices? There are also two parallel prices: providing energy for the increased needs of the economy and of the populations, and the second one, investments in renewable sources. How to manage that and how to keep a healthy public financial sector. When we talk about the billions that are required, will public debt in comparison to the GDP, will it be the main parameter for the measuring of the level of success of the economy? I wish that at least in Europe that we belong to, that there is a unison position about these things, whether we should build nuclear power plants or not. These are the strategically long-term decisions. They concern us and the future generations. When Macron says yes and Madame Berger says no to nuclear power plant, so we are in two minds. Nuclear power plants, yes or no? What are we supposed to do? As a country, we will have to take certain decisions on our own, in the same way when we fought on our own for the ventilators and masks, because we had to deal with this plague that has fallen upon us. We also need to provide the acceptable energy prices. Everybody is fighting their own battle, so Serbia has to do that as well. What is encouraging is that we can knock at different doors. We believe in our own powers, and I believe that we can do more. Coal power plants actually provide 68–69% of our energy needs, while the production of renewable energy is at the level of approximately 30%. So our energy sector is investing more into solar and wind energy, but I think we are managing to strike a certain balance there, but not even half or not even a third of what we should achieve, and taking into consideration the results that we would like to achieve in the future. We are fully committed to our green agenda, but at the same time we have to keep our economy today and to provide it with good outlooks in the future. This does not mean only the prompt capability of prompt reaction, but we also have to look into the future and follow the current trends. We have to be at least half a step, or if not the whole step, in front of our proclaimed goals. And for this reason, we are going to continue to look into the new into the new energy sources such as green hydrogen, which is the production which is still very expensive, but thanks to certain steps done by Europe and China, these prices are coming down, and we hope to follow suit. Our economic developments has good figures. The competitiveness of our economy ensures the stability of the prices. The trends in 2021 can be shown in few words: the vaccination, opening of economy, and stable economy, and onset of new versions of the virus. We have healthy public finances with good macroeconomic circumstances, low levels of borrowing, and this helps us with the risk control. Every year will require adjustment, both personally and as a community, as a country, because this all impacts all spheres of our lives, and we will be ready to face the challenges. To conclude, let me say once again our commitment to facing the challenges from the current one that we are still to face, whether this is some new pandemics or the lack of energy resources, food, drinkable water. Serbia is going to be a reliable partner of all institutions, and we work on harmonious relations. I'm thinking about the promotion of political multilateralism and the green agenda of the UN. Our future, as well as the future of the planet, is facing risks, but I'm deeply convinced that we will be able to buffer their impacts and to continue with the construction of the new brave world, but not the one of Huxley, but humane and true. And thank you very much for attention, and long live Serbia.
Hvala predsjedniku Vučiću.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now we will hear the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Mining and Energy, Zorana Mihajlović.
Dobar dan. Veliko poštovanje.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pay the respects to all of you, and of course this splendid building. I will be turning towards Mr. Joan, since he organizes these conferences every year, to discuss our achievements in the previous year and our view forward. Last year was quite difficult for the whole world, including Serbia. This year, we have done, as the President said, we have realized many accomplishments for our country, not only in the field of infrastructure, but also health and fiscal and economic security. And of course, we are fully aware of the challenges that we face. This is energy and climate security. 2021 was a year where Serbia slowly entered the process called convergence of energy and environment protection, how to create energy that will be climate neutral. Despite all the current challenges in Europe and in Serbia, there are certain strategic steps that we face, which we will take in the following decades. Currently, there is an energy crisis for the last couple of months. It is present in Serbia too, despite the fact it's barely visible, but we shouldn't forget that the price of energy on the European market went up to 70 euros per megawatt hour, which shows the problems that exist in all aspects of energy in many countries. But this is the current situation, and this energy crisis will last probably until the end of the heating season. The prices will probably not go down, since the energy demand will rise much quicker than the supply.
And this is something we must understand. We need to get out of the pandemic. And on the other hand, there is insufficient investment in production of gas, of energy, and this results in a rise of prices. What Serbia accomplished in 2021 and what is the foundation for us to be able to go on the path of energy transition. Every country has to have its energy and environmental policy, must know what they want in 10 or 20 or 30 years. Energy is not something that can be dealt with in 1 year. What our efforts in years will come to fruition in 10 or 15 years. Serbia wants to be carbon-free in 2050. Compared to the decades that we before us, Serbia must do certain things in order to have sufficient capacity, sufficient energy, and this energy to be clean. The energy used in transportation, households, should be clean, green energy. That is why Serbia adopted important laws. It completely amended its legislative framework. In addition to the law on energy and mining, Serbia adopted the law on renewables for the first time. Also, a new law on energy efficiency. Serbia wants to have in 2040 at least 40% of renewable heating energy. When we have the winter and the snow, and when we know that we are currently living in an energy crisis, this might seem impossible, but it's not. We adopted the law, and in this crisis I can say that at the current time, the hydropower plants and wind power plants are our best asset as we speak. And we will have to address all these matters going forward. Also, Serbia sets strategic goals and proposes to its citizens a national energy and climate plan where we will set certain proposals and objectives as to how we can have energy and to for the energy to be clean. In whichever way you see it, investing in renewables, building new capacities that this country needs, because for 30 years we haven't built a single energy unit. These are enormous investments. These investments are not an obstacle, but a foundation for economic development. If we can invest billions in infrastructure and roads, and that is what we do, namely more than 16 billion euros, we have to invest even more in energy sector if we want to be secure, politically secure and economically secure. Thank you.
Sada se čujemo.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Mihajlović. Now I would like to invite Madam Gojković, the Vice President of the Government of Serbia and the Minister of Culture and Information. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Maja Gojković.
Nisam planirala da...
I did not plan to take up I did not plan to stay here, but, you know, I'm accepting the challenge set by my colleague, Madam Mihajlović. So, address you from here. The ministers of the government of the Republic of Serbia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Choban, it is my great pleasure that this year as well I can address you here at the conference of the Economist, which is now a tradition and is one of the events that we use in order to close the year. And now in this historic hall where we started this tradition, we are continuing. And we started it when I used to be the Speaker of the National Assembly. Now I'm addressing you in a different capacity as the vice president of the government and also, or the deputy prime minister rather, and the minister of culture and information. Remembering the previous conferences, we can be content with, with the outlooks that have mostly tackled the essence of the current trends. But on the other hand, it is obvious that there is a very pronounced, it is very pronounced that the key aspects are marked by the more and more accelerated changes and the challenges, increased challenges that we are facing. But what is good for the optimism is the raising of the awareness of the joint or shared topics, and this is the best way to face the difficulties that hit all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about culture, this is certainly the area which, in addition to economy in the year behind us, this was a sphere that was really impacted severely by the pandemic and its consequences. On the other hand, we have noticed that these challenges have actually woken among the people dealing in culture. They have woken up the creativity, and now they're facing or turning towards some different forms of creativity and finding a way to the end user, if I can say, or the public, the audience. And this is the online addresses and sharing time and contents that is being created. So in the best way, it showed that culture is not only the area that was severely hit, but this is also a strategic resource for the overcoming of the challenges in this field of the spirit. And in the difficult times of the lockdowns, this was actually the proper drug, the medicine for the soul. What gives us the reason for content, for being content, is that despite a difficult year, we have achieved significant results in the sphere of culture, and we have faced well the challenges, and we were one of the few countries, according to some data that I have, one of the 5 that did not fully lock down the institutions of cultures. They were open almost constantly, and we have managed to put the artists on the list of priority, on the priority list for the vaccination. And we have also succeeded in supporting financially almost all categories of artists. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategic priority of our ministry recognizes the values and the importance of additional investments in culture and the encouragement of these type of activities, because obviously every investment in this regard pays back in multiple ways. In this regard, the budget of the Ministry of Culture and Information for the year 2022 is increased by 2 billion dinars, or 16% in comparison to 2021. And what I'm particularly proud of is that we have finally managed to overcome 1% of the overall budget, because this is one of the European criteria that is valued and that was constantly singled out, and we were criticized because of that. So we have managed to pass this 1% threshold, and I think obviously in the last 2 years, most has been invested into health sector, infrastructure, the hospitals, the motorways. But luckily now the focus is also on the culture and what we are going to do in 2022. The year ahead for the cultural life of Serbia will certainly be recognized through 3 important projects that are going to be implemented or brought to the end of their implementation. One is you are familiar with. This is the as of 13th of January 2022, the attention is going to focus on the city of Novi Sad, the European capital of culture for 2022. And I believe that everything that we have managed to do with the young people joined around the European culture of European capital of culture, hopefully we will be able to show to our citizens and the citizens of Europe that this is one of the best examples how joint work at the level of the city of Novi Sad can actually inspire and encourage the whole country. And we can also say that that we have received very important rewards and awards. Even although Novi Sad has not started showing what it has managed to do, but it is the only European capital of culture that has been awarded or has received all the important awards in this category. Yesterday's award, the prestigious award, the award of Melina Mercury, and the award for the best European trend brand in the field of culture. So, having this program in mind, the second important investment is certainly a new project by the ministry, and this is the Capital of Culture of Serbia. And the Commission for the first Capital of Culture has selected the town or the city of Čačak, among 20 cities that were part of this competition, if I can call it. So that means that we actually reflected the desires of the citizens of Serbia, and that is that we essentially turn away from the centralization. So for this project, we have allocated 300 million dinars with agreement, of course, with the local self-government, that they are going also to invest on approximately the same amount. And I'm convinced that we are going to fulfill our goals, that we have shared offer, that not everything is focused on Belgrade and Novi Sad, but rather that we go and disperse this. And we will certainly improve the infrastructure of this city, and we will attract a new audience, which is a major European challenge, if you like, during these times. And this shows how we can attract new audience for culture events. And this is the essential sign that we are working on the presentation of this culture, and depending on the success of this project, we will see what this is going to look like in the future. We are also dealing with another form of decentralization of culture, and this is the project The Cities in Focus. Both last year and this year, and in 2022, we have allocated 350 million dinars, and we have managed, thanks to these funds, we have managed to complete 44 projects in 44 towns and municipalities throughout Serbia. And the last one in Doljevac, it's a small municipality near Niš, and you can imagine what it looks like when they get a completely new library with 60,000 books. And they have a new venue, new premises. We have shown that even in small places we can open a music school, a ballet school. And this is one of the best projects of the history, is certainly this one, the Towns in Focus, as we call it. So I would like to point something out which is often not pointed out in the cultural sphere, and this is what we have managed to do, with the incentives for the industry. And this is for the shooting of films and series, both foreign productions and domestic national ones. We have helped them to have absolute employment, if you like, in the film industry. And this is very important. in these times. Thus, with this money, we have also supported or encouraged this sphere or this field that faced serious crises in the recent years. So we did not have such a high level of production of films and series, but what is a very important thing is the attracting of foreign investors in the film industry. So this is important for culture and also for tourism, if you like. We know what major, there are the shooting of major films certainly always have impact on tourism, and this was shown by the country which is very close to us, and we often watch their films and series, like this is Turkey, and we can see where all these beautiful series were filmed. And what is important is that we have encouraged the economy. This is important because the money, the 25–30% that we bring back on top of the investments through this filming, this is, with this time, we are getting more, because 4 times more than this return on investment is basically spent here. And recently we had a Netflix film with an impressive budget. So it is important to say that the Serbian films, thanks to these incentives, have started to appear at prestigious film festivals, which was not really the case for a while, and hopefully in the year ahead we will manage to get some kind of a European or world award, let's say. It helps the mobility of the artists. That also used to be a problem because of the lack of funds. Nowadays, almost whoever addresses the ministry doesn't have a problem in presenting their activities abroad, and we are there. Certainly, we like to help as much as we can, and we give major assistance to our Oscar candidate, the film Oasis, and they can certainly count on that in 2022, because we believe that they're a serious candidate that draw the attention to their activity. In the year that is just now ending, we worked on the preservation of the cultural heritage. We are working on our identity, the diversity of cultural heritage that we are presenting. This is an important resource and wealth of a country and one of the key issues of sustainable development. We worked and we will continue to work in the next year on the completion of works on the preservation of the suburb. We call it in the terms of the in Novi Sad. This is the suburb of a fortification, very important. Then also the Peter's Church in Studenica, Sremske Karlovci, and we started last year a very important project that I personally expect a lot, and these are the palaces, villas, and summer residences. This is a major resource of our country that has not been used enough, and they are all in a very poor state. But we have started the discussion with our partners abroad. Primarily, I have to say that we have received most reactions from the Ministry of Culture of France, of the Republic of France. This started all from there, and I can see that this project has drawn the attention among other countries and representatives of other countries in Serbia. In the year ahead, we will start the work on the renovation of the Yugoslav archives. What is important is that we have allocated funds for the restoration of the central tower within Staro Sajmište area, and we are starting the construction works on the restoration and the transfer of the Museum of History to the building of the old railway station. And also we have allocations for the technical documentation for the new premises for the Museum of Nikola Tesla in the international plane. The participation of our artists abroad, this is an important part of diplomacy of a country. All countries in the world pay a major attention to that. And we had good presentation in Venice, at Biennale, the famous Biennale in Venice, and we discussed whether we should, whether we would get an award or not. You can see that work at the Museum of Yugoslavia. For the first time, one exhibition that was at the Venice Biennale was transferred here, and our citizens can see what it looked like. So we will be present at Triennale in Milan, in Italy, the Architectural Biennale and competitions. And of course, the idea of these plans, we are certainly not going to be short of the plans and ideas in the next year if we have such kind of leadership towards our goals and development, and if we had less concern about what is going to happen to us in 2022. I believe that we have optimism, and culture is certainly has and will have important role. So thank you very much, and now let me give you Zorana has left, but now somebody else can speak.
Hvala, ministar.
Thank you, and I would like to invite Darija Kisić-Tepavčević, Minister of Labor, Employment, Veterans Affairs, to address you. Please take the floor. This is quite challenging for me today, but well, thank you for changing the sequence order. Dear participants of the conference, dear friends, I'm glad to be able today to be with you, speaking about the world in 2021, to sum up in a way this year that's nearing its end, and to express our expectations going forward. When we gave our statements for the media, we have all said last year that hopefully this year will be COVID-free. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but we are much stronger than we were last year. I know that we bored many people, but I must boast with our successes. We were among the first in the world to provide for the vaccine a year ago on December 24th, when the first jabs were applied actually in Serbia. And I would like to call on everyone once again to get vaccinated, because we need to create this immunity. When it comes to, summing up and expectations, we always want the following year to be better and more successful than the previous one. And of course, we all want, for us personally and for our loved ones, our country, to have a successful year. We have dealt with the virus very successfully. Many challenges it entailed. we managed to provide for the vaccines to hospitals and labs. We, on top of this, on top of recovering from the consequences, we managed to bring new investors, to open new jobs, to launch new projects in a difficult time. When it comes to my ministry, in the last 12 months, I realized quite a truth. In our areas of work covered by my ministry, when everything goes well, employment, pensions, when the rights are being realized in different fields, veterans protection, pension protection, disability, this is taken for granted. But if there is any problem at any time, then it is quite a problem. What I also realized when everything goes well, owing to the army of people behind it, the media are simply not interested. Such news are not interesting. But we are working in silence, and we are proud of it. When it comes to the pandemic, the social welfare system was quite praise-deserving. They were loyal and hardworking, and when it comes to vaccination, all the in my ministry are vaccinated. More than 90% of the beneficiaries of all social welfare users are vaccinated, 80% of the employees. These are quite high numbers, and although we know that these are the most sensitive positions, we do not have any major outbreaks owing to the vaccination. Although also we have very positive indicators on the labor market. In these difficult times, new jobs were opened. During the pandemic, 60,000 new jobs were opened. And for example, if we compare with the month of November, the number of jobless people was reduced in November by more than 1,000 people, and year on year the number of unemployed persons was reduced by 2.3%. Also, as on November, the newly employed people by the National Employment Service was 200,007 people, which is 7% more year on year. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the National Employment Service because they celebrate their 100th university. This is a big tradition. Many programs were launched. For example, my first salary. More than 9,000 young people received the opportunity to get a salary for the first time. More than 50% stayed in their companies, which means that employers are happy and they're happy with the employers. So they got an opportunity to work. Encouraged by these results, we reopened this program. Even more young people got this opportunity. More than 10,000 young people applied, with more than 5,000 employers. Concerning the legislative framework, many laws are pending in social protection, labor conditions, and occupational safety. And we have adopted recently the law on the social card. And we are working on, implementing this system and the register for the social card. Also laws such as the law on labor practices, on volunteering. This will improve employment of young people. We will be continuing a campaign, Serbia Without Barriers, with dozens of activities on a daily basis. And I hope that with these activities we have shown that Serbia is walking in the path of success, and there will be no obstacle for Serbia. I wish you a successful conference and a happy end of this year, and to invest even more energy and strength in the following year. Hopefully it will be successful to all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Minister, and I want to invite Tatjana Matić, the Minister of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications.
Dan. Poštovana
Dear Ms. Gojković, Vice Prime Minister, Excellencies, representatives of the diplomatic corps, media, entrepreneurs, Mr. Choban, as my predecessors already said, the last 2 years have been marked by a pandemic that showed us that COVID is not only a health crisis, but on the long term it will impact the overall social and economic developments, producing far-reaching consequences on the lives of people and on the states and economic and health systems. By commencing the third year in fighting the pandemic, we are facing the fact that it's, well, still going on, and we will have to continue to fight it next year. And we are facing a period of adapting to a life with the virus. Speaking about forecasts for the following year in tourism, the situation will, well, correspond to our efforts, and the results will depend on, well, these efforts invested in the last 2 years, on the fact, namely, how we responded to the biggest crisis that hit tourism since its inception. In addition to transportation sector, it faced the biggest losses. On the last World Tourism Organization assembly, we have heard that tourism lost $2 billion.
turizam I mobilnost.
And that tourism and mobility, well, returned to the level of 1991. The World Tourism Organization, tourism globally, faced incredible challenges. These challenges hit Serbia too. Although 2021 started with major uncertainty and concerns for the future, a quick supply of vaccines and initially good vaccination enabled tourism in Serbia to get back on its feet. In spite of all challenges and difficulties, we are now here with an outcome that surprised even us, that hoped actually that the end of the year will not be so bad. And it's quite good, actually. This year for Serbian tourism was marked by the fact that we had 2.5 million tourists so far, more than 10 million overnight stays in Serbia, and 1.15 billion of foreign currency incoming payments. So by the end of the year, we can expect more gains and we expect more foreign tourists to come and, well, more overnight stays. Just for comparison, our best tourism season ever was 2019, and we had more than 3 million tourists, more than 10 millions and 100,000 overnight stays, and 1 billion and 430 million euros were our gains. Compared to that best season, this is one of the most difficult years of tourism. But in Serbia, it wasn't so bad. It was quite encouraging. We have to say that such good results were caused partly by the fact that we had a solid vaccination rate. In June, we were placed on the green list of the EU when it comes to safety and, well, healthcare. Also, the government of Serbia and the Line Tourism Ministry earmarked more than 5 billion dinars for different types of subsidies and financial assistance for the tourism agencies, guides, and the sector overall, which contributed for tourism to consolidate and at the end of the year to achieve certain results that give us a good perspective for the following year. What saved our tourism are our Serbian tourists, and the fact that Serbia invested quite a lot in the tourism infrastructure, and also Serbia and the president of Serbia has put a major emphasis on building the transport infrastructure, absent of which today we would not be boasting with these results. On top of mobility, which is key, transport infrastructure is also key. Finally, I would like to add that, well, concerning the sector of tourism, this year, which has been challenging, as we all said, we can boast that the success of tourism in Serbia is also reflected in our international tourism map that we have achieved. 10 days ago in Madrid, on the General Assembly of the World Tourism Organization, one village from Serbia, Mokra Gora, was declared as one of the most beautiful villages in the world, and Serbia was placed among the top 22 destinations in 2022, according to the US magazine Traveler. Furthermore, the Michelin guide finally included 14 restaurants from Belgrade, which confirms the quality tourism offer, which gives Serbia a certain flavor as a tourism destination. Concerning trade, in spite of a challenging period, internal trade has managed to maintain continuous, well, supply for the population from the onset of the pandemic, and also, incredible but true, there has been an increase of a number of employees. Going forward, considering the announced raise of salaries and pensions in the public sector, we expect turnover in retail to rise, which will encourage GDP growth. Of course, price pressure is the biggest global problem on the world market. Our Ministry of Trade and Tourism, Telecommunications, and the government have been following the situation, and we will continue to take the most adequate measures in the field of integrating the state in order to protect the living standard of citizens and preserving, well, the supply chain on the market. The government has already adopted 2 regulations or decrees concerning the mandatory production and turnover of bread, and a regulation on restricting the prices of basic consumables. We hope that next year we'll see a stabilization of the prices, and that the following year and the harvest will be successful, and that this will all stabilize energy supply, which of course impacts the prices. And in the second half of next year, we will have a more stable situation concerning the prices of basic consumables. Foreign trade exchange of Serbia is something we can be proud of this year, and it is more than 40.6 billion euros. So by 25% higher year on year. We have exported goods in the amount of more than 17 billion euros, which is 27% more than last year. And of course, in the next year, we expect this trend to grow based on our accomplishments so far and indicators that foreign trade is recovering and after the pandemic. Another test that we passed during the pandemic is in the sector of IT and trade, is the increase of the level of e-trade in Serbia in the first half of 2021. According to the MBS, the number of dinar payments amounted to close to 11 million dinars, which is 91% more than 11 million euros actually, which is by 91% more year on year. The value of these transactions was more than 25 billion dinars, and we have a growth of 99% compared to the first 6 months of 2020. Of course, clearly it's caused by the fact that the base for e-payment in Serbia was quite low. So we can say that this is one of the better consequences of COVID. Many people opted to go online for e-trade, e-payments, although Serbia has had many problems with the trust of citizens in e-trade. But, well, COVID contributed to establishing this trust, speaking about online payments. Finally, e-trade and online trade could not have developed without a good telecommunication infrastructure. We will continue to work on our infrastructure projects, not only in tourism, but also IT, in order to overcome a digital gap existing between urban and rural regions in Serbia. A local wireless computer network is being built. The project is entitled Connected Schools, which encompassed more than 1,100 schools. By the end of next year, it will include more than 1,800 schools aimed at systemic digitization of education. All school facilities in Serbia will be connected to the internet through the academic network of Serbia, free of charge internet to be used by all schools, also universities, and we will continue with this type of support. Furthermore, there is an important project of building the broadband network in the rural regions, including more than 72,000 households, so that they can be connected to broadband internet raising the digital networking of our society. Finally, I would like to repeat what I said. The predictions for next year depend on what we have achieved during the crisis concerning tourism and telecommunications. I think that we will have a good year in front of us. We have a good basis, and we made the right decisions in the difficult times. We averted losses. We, well, made profit, actually. When it comes to trade, it depends on other sectors like agriculture and energy. But bearing in mind that Serbia has its own production of food, which is one of the key, well, benchmarks for success and stability. Also, we possess certain specific arrangements in terms of energy supply. We believe that the situation will stabilize by the end of next year. So next year, we will see each other again, and I'm convinced that we will have the opportunity to sum up whether our predictions were right or wrong. I would like to congratulate the Christmas and New Year holidays. Wish us all good health in the following year, more mobility and movement, and the economy will thereby have better success. Thank you.
Hvala ministarki Matić. Još jednom
Thank you, Minister Matić. I would like to thank the officials of the government of Serbia for taking time to share with us the most important conclusions for the still current year and the expectations for the next year. Now, I would like to invite the mayor of Belgrade and representatives of international community here in Belgrade to join us. So, Zoran Radojičić, mayor of Belgrade, please, can you address us here and take the floor? Thank you. Dear ambassadors, dear representatives of the international community, dear businessmen, dear organizer, dear friends, it is my great pleasure and honor to address you here at this meeting and to talk about what the last year looked like and how we are going to plan for the next year and what our vision for the next year is. But it is my particularly great honor to address you after the President Vučić, after the Speaker of the Assembly, the deputies, prime ministers and ministers. And in this way, this shows that it is important to have harmonious politics at all levels in the country, from the president via the government, Republic government, to the local self-government. In the 2020 and 2021 have shown definitely to all the cities and the whole world that the dynamic changes are taking place, and we have to be flexible and adjust to these unforeseeable changes, and that there will certainly be on a rise in the future. On the one hand, we have pandemic. On the other hand, we have climate change that on a daily basis or every time of the year send us the messages that we have to be ready to adjust in this sphere as well. When we talk about pandemic, from the position of a mayor, I have to express my gratitude. I'm very proud how the citizens of Belgrade and how we all together fought, if you like, in the last 2 years, regardless of everything and all difficulties, how we fought the pandemic. And in this aspect, I would like to point out that we have managed to a significant degree to save the lives and health of people. This result obviously could always be better. Every life lost does not have a price tag, but with the whole organization and the battle we fought here, and we wanted to preserve our healthcare system, and also something which always emphasized is to maintain and preserve our economy and the investments. And since Belgrade in the previous year has been declared throughout many analyses by economic experts that it is one of the most important investment venues in this part of Europe. And of course, once again, I would like to emphasize this harmonious relation from the level of the president via the government to the local self-government, also in the procurement of vaccines. That is, we keep saying we are very proud when we were almost the only country with all available vaccines. This was an indicator of a very responsible politics, of the courage to take the decisions and to react in an adequate manner. Also, there is an important aspect of government and digitalization, because in the process of vaccination, this segment of our organizations certainly facilitated to a large degree this very process of vaccination. And I think that the benefit for the city of Belgrade was that the awareness of digitalization has been raised, and the accessibility to these digital platforms of ordinary citizens was at the highest possible level. And I think that this is an irreversible process. And these attainments and this aspect concerning the digitalization will continue to make Belgrade e-smart city. The segment on investments and the economy is not less important, because in the previous years, Belgrade has shown that that it is the investment center, investment hub in this part of Europe. Belgrade Water Fund is still ongoing. We have started with preparation of the technical documentation for Belgrade Underground, the incineration factory in Vinča is also in the final phase. The bypass around Belgrade is almost completed. The treatment of wastewaters as one important is very important, because the construction of 5 wastewater treatment plants is going to be implemented in the next years. Then also the gasification and also distance heating is very important, because this concerns the quality of air and the pollution of the environment in Belgrade. In the previous period, we also had the example of the clinical center that started to be built in 1976, and nowadays we are finally in the the final phases, and we are going to have the opening very soon. And I always like to emphasize that we have started with the construction of the children's clinic, and we are going to be one of the hubs for the treatment of children in this part of Europe. When we talk about the vision of Belgrade for 2022 and the years ahead, I would like to emphasize that Belgrade should continue to be the investment hub, that we continue to develop tourism at the dynamics as we've seen in the years before the pandemic. The Madam Minister spoke about it. Digitalization has an important role for the development of Belgrade, like all other major capitals. Also, the development of IT sector and the retainment of young people here in Belgrade. My personal vision is that Belgrade must develop in the direction of a healthy city. We've done a project with the EBRD, the strategy and planning of for the 10-year period, which says clearly that the investments in these years have to be 5.6 billion euros if we want to make Belgrade a healthy city as we want it to be. An important aspect of Belgrade is that it is the city fit for children and developed in and this policy is in line with the line of the politics and visions of the government of Serbia and President Vučić. The major cities will definitely keep growing in the period ahead of us, and the future of the world will lie in big cities. According to the UN assessment, the number of residents in big cities will increase, so local self-governments will have more and more significance in the years ahead, and for this reason we must pay attention to this, and we have to improve democracy at the local level. And this level of justice that is required in these large settings, such as these big cities, we always have to bear that in mind. The digitalization and smart city concept is something that is absolutely necessary to be developed in the years ahead at even higher pace than now. The digital democracy, something as a notion and its essence, will be something that will be tackled in all major cities, and Belgrade has to take its rightful position and be on this road, or path, if you like. A few weeks ago, I was in Istanbul, and we had a regional meeting of major cities in this part of Europe. And when we talked with mayors from the region, it was clear that the regional interconnection between major cities will be important, and this is something we are going to insist on. It is important for Belgrade to take its rightful position in this segment, and also in the spheres where it's dominating, to retain its leading position and to develop it further. Let me go back to the beginning, and I would like to conclude that the future of big cities lies in this flexible reaction to crisis situations that will unfortunately probably be a norm in the future. And it is important to pay attention to the old and the new, and to set the harmonious coexistence of this, and to develop further. And also it is important to ensure regional interconnection with other major cities in the region. Thank you very much for your attention. And I believe that it is with a lot of optimism that we can look forward to the next years and all years ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Radojičić, the mayor of Belgrade. I would like to invite Francois Jacob, the standing coordinator of the UN in Serbia, to join us here. Madam Jacob, please take the floor.
Allow me to speak. Say before I start, I only have 2 pages. So, Excellencies, colleagues, Mr. Mayor, friends, I'm really happy to be here and to talk on behalf of the United Nations. I will share with you 5 key areas of focus that the UN will pursue in 2022. So I'll be short. The first area is health. And I would like to say that one hard lesson we learned during the pandemic is the need to place health at the core of the country governance as an investment, not as a cost. So while we continue our efforts to support COVID vaccination campaign, expand the health treatment capacities and the equitable access to all communities, we call for a greater focus on prevention by addressing environmental factors, investing in innovation and primary healthcare, promoting and supporting healthy lifestyle, and curtailing tobacco use. This will require the commitment of multiple stakeholders beyond the healthcare sector, including families, food producers and distributors, schools, and the private sector. My second point is on the future of work. So in 2021, we had started to experiment on building the workforce of the future. But while the digitalization of the workplace accelerates, we don't want inequalities to widen. Most importantly, there are many economic and social sectors that require real people in their place of work. Farmers, construction workers, plumbers, tourist service providers, shopkeepers, and much more. These are not the jobs of the past, they are the jobs of the future. These jobs need to be valued or revalued, including in the education sector. And we must make sure that we retain these skills in the country in 2022. The country needs these skills. So in 2022, the UN will continue to advocate for a wider inclusion of workers under the decent job framework, for the elimination of the gender pay gap, and for more rights for those working in the informal sector. Of course, we will also focus on young people, but I will leave this to my colleagues from UNICEF. Talking about youth, I now turn to the third topic, an important subject that Serbia and the entire region is grappling with, and that is demographic transition. This should be seen as an opportunity to break down categories of age, gender, social status, and really make full use of the immense untapped potential within our societies, aiming at a greater well-being. So we believe that trust in the future, trust in institutions, equitable social systems, good and inclusive education system, decent jobs, in other words, a solid social contract, are the fundamental prerequisite to ensure sustainable demography. We call for a truly comprehensive response that addresses the barriers faced by young people in shaping their future, and a system that places the people in the center of planning and action. My fourth point is on climate change and our relation with the planet. Some of you know it's my favorite topic. So in 2021, as Minister Mihajlović said, Serbia planted the seeds of change by expanding, adjusting, and finalizing much of the legislation and the plans to transform the economy and the environment. At the same time, the green agenda with EU support is coming into action with very large investments complemented by private investments. So we believe that Serbia has really the right size to trailblaze a transformation. 7 million people, we think in 20 years, and multiple sources of funding, it's feasible. Yet the commitment at COP26 were insufficient. So we see 2022 as the time to shape the full and brave vision of the green transformation, to build the capacities to implement this vision urgently, to make it happen, and to communicate about it with the greater audience. This is a priority for the UN family. We have tested methodologies for just transition in coal regions with social partners. We are already working on air pollution, on food system, on energy efficiencies and energy poverty. So we really, I sort of want to say, let's breathe into this agenda and let's exhale out business as usual. We need to shift the narrative on economic prosperity, and really I look at everyone in this room to do their bit as both citizens and professionals on that agenda. My last point is on governance and the rule of law. It's too much of a wide area, so I will just say that we will continue our work on improving system efficiencies and capacities with municipalities, very much so. Also a bit at national level. But a critical area of focus for us, for the UN, will be to address the infodemic, and we will promote a common consensus around fact, science, and knowledge. We will continue to advocate for a strong, safe, civic and media space, and we will fight hate and divisive speech. This will be much needed to raise the awareness among all people on all the development challenge that we heard about today. So to conclude, I want to say that the common thread in these points is the desire of the UN to fight inequalities, leave no one behind, and strengthen the prevalence of human rights and democracy. So we look forward to working with all of you, and Merry Christmas and happy year-end to all.
Zahvaljujemo Franca Jacob.
Now we will hear by the UNICEF director in Serbia, Dejana Kostadinova. You can take the floor.
Your Excellencies, Ambassador Maja Radojičić, distinguished participants and colleagues, dobar dan. I'll start by thanking the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share UNICEF's view on how 2022 will look like, or should look like. Last Saturday, on 11th of December, we mark UNICEF's 75th anniversary. UNICEF was founded following the Second World War and the crisis it created for children globally. But our mandate to help children at risk soon progressed to advancing and protecting the rights of all children. There has been much progress since then. Yet, our anniversary occurs as COVID-19 has rolled back almost every progress for children globally. The socio-economic impact have taken a mounting toll on children, increasing poverty, missing out on basic health services, disrupting education, widening the inequality gap, to name just a few. Again, after the Second World War, we must reimagine the world for children. We must reimagine Serbia for children in 2022 and beyond, and reverse the rollback. This is not about a return to the way things were before the pandemic. For too many children, the so-called normal was never good enough. Too many children have been marginalized, left behind, with no opportunities and choices. And the science of child development tells us that even temporary deprivations experienced by young children can have irreversible effects on their future capabilities and on the nation's future prospects. So, what must we do through collective actions to build back better and stronger for children? Let me start with a concept. The famous Canadian author Malcolm Gladwell argues that the way we approach the concept of success is profoundly wrong. We often attribute success of successful individuals to personal attributes. He states that these people have benefited from hidden advantages and cultural legacies that encourage them to learn, to work, and to understand the world. Let me quote him. Because we so profoundly personalize success, we miss opportunities to lift others onto the top rank. End of the quote. So, in order to shape equitable future for children in Serbia and lift all of them onto their top rank, there are a couple of steps that are needed. We must invest in development of children in the earliest age and support for their parents, jointly working across all sectors to make sure the most vulnerable children are reached out with vital early childhood interventions. We must make sure we bridge digital divide for the most vulnerable children. This can be done by revolutionizing learning and skills development to provide inclusive and quality education for every child, regardless of background or socioeconomic status. This can be done by ensuring internet connectivity and access to digital devices for all. We must ensure critical investments in social protection system, which supports the resilience of the most vulnerable children and families. We must invest in equity to prevent deepening the inequalities that can threaten the economic progress and security of the country. This can be done by smartly designed, means-tested social assistance benefits to families at risk. The government of Serbia has already started working on some of them, as we've heard this morning from some of the ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, a commitment to building a child-focused future is a commitment to building a better world for all of us. Interventions and policy choices made today will determine whether Serbia's children will be left to face a future of inequality and marginalization, or will be able to reach their full potential to contribute to the economy and to reimagine a stronger Serbia. Let's make the smarter choice. Hvala vam.
We would like to thank the director of UNICEF, and here we have Francesca Bonelli, the director of the UNHCR in Serbia. Madam Bonelli, please take the floor. Distinguished Françoise, Dejana, dear Alessandro, our dear Robert, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. When I was invited to this important conference to speak about the contribution which the refugees give to the world economy today as well as in the future, I was delighted. But at the same time, I was worried. Why? Why worried? Worried because the number of forcefully displaced people is on the rise every year. And UNHCR assesses that by the middle of this year, this figure has surpassed 84 million, which is a major increase in comparison to 82 million registered at the end of last year. The wars, violence, and the persecution are more and more present, and they force more people to flee their own homes and to look safety somewhere else. These figures are very disturbing, and they invite the whole humanity to join together and to start solving some of the burning issues, such as their coerced displacement or resettlement. Still, behind all of these figures is the man, and I'm very happy that today I can talk about what has become the common opinion when it comes to refugees and economic development. Since today we are talking mostly about the economy, the main misconception is that refugees constitute an economic burden for the countries they come to. The facts, in fact, show a completely different state of affairs, because inclusion of refugees can be only a beneficial formula both for the refugees and for the asylum countries. The refugees are the people like us, and some of the things they have managed to bring when they flee the wars is their knowledge, their skills, and their talents. Think about Einstein and the contribution he gave to the whole mankind after he had to leave his home and look for haven in America. Still, the man should not be an Einstein to be able to give contribution to a society. The relevant data show that refugees, once they're integrated into a society through the paying of taxes of the host countries, they bring back more than what was invested into the refugees when they needed help in the first time, once they have arrived. Also, the skills they have acquired in their home countries are often prove to be good contribution to the countries and beneficial for the countries that they have come to. Also, it is important that the relevant data show that there is no problem with the inclusion of refugees into the labor market, and it does not bring to the reduction or loss in jobs. Quite the contrary, they complement each other and they supplement each other. Finally, I would like to say that there is no better place in Serbia how much the refugees contribute to new societies. With a lot of experience in receiving or admitting the refugees, Serbia has shown great level of solidarity, and UNHCR congratulates the local governments. In this way, the refugees have been given an opportunity to contribute to the new society they're in the best possible way. The refugees are present in all fields, from sports to healthcare and lawyers, and some of the former refugees have become ministers. For instance, in the present-day government, the current government of Serbia. These people show that everything is possible, and this is very inspiring to learn from their commitment.
Because today is also a very important day. It's the anniversary of 1951 Convention, the convention that in Europe established the right of refugees on 14th of December 1951. After 70 years, we need more than ever to be together, to stand for refugees, but not also to protect them, but also to give them the chance to contribute with their full capacity to the progress of the world. I would like to thank very much all of you and to wish you all the best for the new year and the holidays are coming. Hvala puno.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca. To wrap up these keynote speeches, I want to announce the European Investment Bank and Alessandro Bragonzi, the head of the regional office for the Western Balkans, to address us.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing disruptive transformations that are at times opportunities and challenges. They are prompting us to reconsider the way we live, we work, and we produce. Against the backdrop of global supply chain shortages, with jumps in the energy costs and raw material, as well as in shipping, reshoring has become a topical issue. The spread of a new COVID variant has cast a shadow over economic recovery and is threatening that returns to normality will be pushed further back into 2022. We will see this week what central bankers will decide to tackle soaring inflation by managing interest rates. I'm really glad to be here today to hear your insights and perspective for the world in 2022. And I will leave my colleague to present you, sharing our investment survey results for the next year. But please allow me first to spend a few words on our key achievements for Serbia and the Western Balkans, even when the COVID-19 pandemic endures. The European Investment Bank is the Bank of the European Union. In 2021, the EIB continued supporting the region in overcoming the negative effects of the crisis. Our primary goal is to help Western Balkan economies to adapt and transform to become more resilient to any further crisis, either climate or health related, and reap the benefits of the technological transformations. Over the course of 2 years of pandemic, the EIB has achieved the following: We have delivered our 1.7 billion commitment for immediate financial support for recovery of the Western Balkans, which was agreed in May 2020 with the European Commission under the Team Europe initiative. As part of it, we have made new investment for over 1.5 billion. For small and medium-sized enterprises alone, the EIB unlocked 760 million. On top of that, we implemented more flexible conditions for disbursing our loans. We design and deliver financial and technical support for flagship projects within the Economic and Investment Plan of the European Commission. In cooperation with the Transport Community Secretariat and the EBRD, our long-standing partner, the IB co-organized the first Western Balkans Rail Summit to accelerate the development and modernization of the railway network in the region as a more sustainable form of transportation. As for climate, the EIB has started its first year as the bank, Paris-aligned bank. At the COP26 summit in Glasgow, we presented an adaptation plan and a framework path to Paris alignment for our counterparts, where the bank committed to step up financing for the climate and sustainability projects and engage with its corporate and financial sector clients into addressing the issues of climate adaptation and mitigation. In Serbia, we continue to deliver our financing into key infrastructure projects and private sector development. At the same time, we are supporting technology development by investing in innovative firms, R&D, education, and digital transformation. This includes 135 million for the digital sector and close to 400 million to small and medium enterprises. All in all, over 570 million were signed during the 2 years of pandemic in Serbia. We are proud to have helped bringing forward successful projects in Serbia as an example for the whole region, and yet we are looking forward to joining new partnership, initiatives and opportunities that will help us to achieve more. Looking ahead, our priorities remain accelerating the EU accession process and the rollout of the Economic Investment Plan by helping the digitalization and the green transition of the region and the development of the private sector. And we are welcoming any effort invested by Serbian authorities into this. To conclude, and without further ado, I look forward to starting today's discussion and cooperation together with you for the phase we will have next year. Thank you very much.
Hvala gospodinu Bragonzi.
Thank you, Mr. Bragonzi. Now let me inform you that because of the delay, which is now 1 hour in comparison to the program, we will not have a coffee break, but whoever would like to have the refreshment can go down to the hall. Let us see who are the sponsors. Ministry of Culture and Information, European Investment Bank, Serbia Gas, Telecom Serbia, Alumil Serbia, Exacta, Coca-Cola. Ahead of us, there is the first panel. I would like to invite the members of the panelists to take part, and then we will see a brief introduction into the panel.
Neki od vas su sasvim sigurno.
Some of you have certainly recognized the scene from the film Cassandra's Bridge, shot in '86, where a train infected by an unknown virus travels through several countries. And in this pandemic, this was the way how Europe behaved. Let us see what the world is going to look like. This is the question. We are going to get the answers probably from our speakers, panelists. We are now going to hear from Žikica. He's going to be a moderator. Let me introduce the panelists. His Excellency Thomas Sheep, the Ambassador of Germany. Her Excellency Shan MacLeod, the Ambassador of the UK. His Excellency Giles Norman, the Ambassador of Canada. His Excellency Pierre Cochard, the Ambassador of France. His Excellency Amber Aljovalli, the Ambassador of Egypt to Serbia, and Nebojša Košutić, Ambassador, Acting Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, the head of the sector for EU. So the panel can start, please. You can take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, staying during this panel, we'll have a different guest from different parts of the world, so they will have different questions, but also some general questions. The first question, actually, I prepared 3 questions that are general and that talk about the new inflation and economic dynamics in the world. The second question is about the main topic of the economies of the world in the world ahead 2022. It's the relationship between China and America, which you see on the front cover. And the third is about the European Union and the European Union ideas and European integrations and everything else. Of course, the Ambassador of Egypt will concentrate on the African matters, African affairs, and of course about Egypt and climate changes. And the British Ambassador will concentrate and focus on the British issues more than these European issues. That of course, I would like to ask my first guest, His Excellency Amr Al-Ghawali, to say something about the things we talked previously about the African matters and the climate change.
Thank you very much. I didn't know I was the first speaker, but since we're good friends, I don't mind being put on the spot.
I mean, you said
yes,
you will have to go to a meeting, so I wouldn't like to lose you before you say.
So I'd like to first congratulate Robert Choban and the team, the Color Media team, for organizing this conference. This is the second time that we attended in this prestigious venue, the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. And since I am here at the Parliament, I would like to welcome back Mr. Ivica Dačić, who was just returned from Cairo yesterday, from Cairo yesterday, and again a reflection of how strong the relations are these days with these high-level visits. So I think we're meeting at a very opportune time where we're at the end of 2021, a challenging year as it was, but also forecasting the forecast for 2022. I may have to leave at 12 o'clock since I have an appointment, pre-set appointment 2 months ago with the Minister of Transport, so excuse me for that. But anyway, let me share with you 3 main aspects where Egypt is focusing on for 2022, and where that will provide opportunities for Serbian economic sectors, and in fact for all the dear countries which are represented on this panel, I think with which Egypt enjoys warm diplomatic relations. So, one, Egypt will host COP, the next COP. So climate change and multilateralism from that perspective. It will be so important for the next year for us, and we will be happy to employ our traditional diplomatic reputation, maybe an experience for the furthering of multilateral work on climate change. Second, Egypt has just assumed the presidency of the COMESA. For those of you who do not know the COMESA, it's the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. We hosted the in-person summit in November, so also one just last month, a promising region of Africa, and with a strong institutional development. And from that perspective also it opens opportunities for Serbian businesses and for Western Balkan in general, given the traditional economic and diplomatic relations that Serbia enjoys with our region of the world. Third, the African Free Trade Continental, I can never pronounce it, it's AFTA, it's basically the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is the largest free trade area in the world from the perspective of number of consumers, 1.2 billion consumers, was launched under Egypt's presidency of the African Union. And in January, which means next month, Egypt will be hosting a retreat for the Ministers of Trade of Africa to discuss the two-phase implementation of that free trade area. The first phase focused on commodities and services. The second phase focused on more institutional policies related to investment, related to intellectual property, and to anti-competitive behavior. So we're talking about an institutional, a remarkable institutional policy, institutional change and qualitative leap that Africa will witness in the next year. Belgrade having hosted a few months ago the 60th anniversary of the non-aligned movement means a renewal of Belgrade's perspective and maybe an enlargement of the scope of orientation of Serbia back to its base in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, the whole bulk of the non-aligned movement. So with these developments happening in Africa, I think this represents an incredible opportunity for your businesses and for your economies to forego. So 2022 promises to be an enriching year in that regard, and again that complements, I think, Serbia's orientation towards the European Union and its close cooperation with countries on this table, such as the UK, Canada, and the rest. So what we're saying is that it's not a competition, rather a complementarity and an enlargement of scope. I could speak more about COP27, to which Egypt is heavily investing its diplomatic machinery, but particularly, of course, the two issues of adaptation and finance will be top priority for the developing countries. The developing countries assuming the largest burden of the repercussions of climate change, but having contributed to at least. So this dichotomy is something that we have to address in the next year and beyond, and which we believe very strongly that with our partners in the EU, in the UK, in Canada, in the US, and others, we will be able to move further forward in that regard. I take this opportunity, since my good colleague Ambassador of UK is here, to congratulate her for the Glasgow conference. I think this is one conference to which we sent 5 ministers. It never happens, of course headed by the President himself. It never happens that we mobilize that much of our ministries and they go together in one delegation, but this is a reflection both of the commitment that we have towards this issue and of the success of the organization that the UK has undergone on that. So these are just opening remarks. We'll be happy to interact more on these too. So to remind you, for 2022 for Serbia, climate change COP27, Africa as the largest as the largest free market in terms of consumer, and 3, employ and benefit and invest in Egypt's presidency of the COMESA, the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa. Thank you, moderator. I hope I have answered the answers.
Thank you, Ahmed. I would like to ask the other ambassadors to give the opening remarks. His Excellency Thomas Schieb, the Ambassador of Germany.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. So I understand this is just the intro, so to say, and happy to be here. As you probably know, Germany has a new government since last week, a coalition government consisting of 3 parties. When it comes to the foreign policy, I think it's important to state and say that there will be a lot of continuity. The European Union will still and will remain the linchpin of German foreign policy, transatlantic partnership, the promotion of the rules-based order. We have the new foreign minister is Annalena Baerbock from the Green Party. Her first visit was to Paris, then to Brussels, then to Warsaw. And today she is in Stockholm attending a conference on disarmament. I think, as I said, EU will be the linchpin will remain the linchpin of the German foreign policy. We have to, and maybe I can elaborate a little bit later on what our plans are. I think there's not the intention to reinvent the wheel, but I think what is important is to draw the right lessons, especially from the COVID pandemic, which is still with us, and of course against the backdrop of the current global political situation as it is. So we have to be realistic. We should not be naive, and we have to know kind of what is achievable and what is not. And I think maybe this, and maybe very last remark, of course, climate protection is one of the most important priorities for Germany in the years to come. We have a very high, very ambitious agenda. The idea is that I think 70% of our energy consumption will come from renewable energy resources by 2030, and this means an immense transition of our whole economy. And of course, Germany can't do it alone. Again, we know that the share of Germany's carbon gas emissions are relatively small, 2%. So what we can do is give a good example and convince others to follow the same path, so to say. And of course, this includes Serbia. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. I would like to ask Her Excellency Shan MacLeod to do something about this and to leave the opening remark.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Dobar dan. It hasn't been an easy year for anybody, I don't think, and some of the challenges we faced this year are going to still be with us next year. There are so many challenges that any of us could talk about, but I really want to particularly highlight three. I think we'll start with three: COVID, climate and conflict. And COVID, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic still stays top of many people's thoughts. The human consequences, the pressures on health services, the question of appropriate public health measures, the economic and social effects, particularly, for example, upon education, and of course, one that we're all facing at the moment, again, the emergence of new variants that may mean that we have to adjust our measures continuously. So that's going to carry on being a challenge for the current year. Climate, of course, and I think sitting here in top priority for all governments and all societies, and I'll come back to that at the end. And then, of course, not something we've heard a lot about today, but of course, a major challenge, of course, conflict still on many continents. People are suffering trauma and upheaval. I won't list them now to save time, but even on our own continent, people in the Donbass in Ukraine are still facing many challenges and many risks and threats. To those three big headline challenges, I would also like today, as we are sitting in the Serbian Parliament, to add a fourth challenge, and that's about respect for commitments on human rights and democracy. We've seen deterioration, again, in many parts of the world on respect for human rights and democracy this year, and so that's really needs to stay a priority for next year. Human rights are universal. They're enshrined in the UN Declaration and in other international agreements. Those of us that are participating or member states of the OSCE and the Council of Europe also have commitments there to uphold fundamental freedoms and human rights. They apply to all states who sign them, and they mean that all our people have a right to live in democracies governed by rule of law, where we can take part in free and fair elections to choose our political leaders, and expect laws to be respected by all and applied equally to all. So that's another challenge that will still be with us, I think, in the coming year. I do want to just finish my short introductory intervention by saying there has been good news, of course, too. We've seen amazing progress with COVID vaccines. Of course, still many challenges around that. Serbia has had a very impressive programme of vaccination. Our own countries are doing well on the whole, but still have many challenges with vaccinations. But scientists have done an amazing job in developing vaccines so quickly. Of course, there was also good news on the development and significant progress on malaria vaccines this year, which perhaps we should talk about more. But coming back to climate change, there was some good news on climate change. The COP26 didn't achieve everything, of course, that I'm sure we would all of us on this panel would have liked it to have done even more. But it did achieve commitments to restricting global warming that go beyond what's been possible before. It did agree action on, or commitment to act on deforestation and to do more to decarbonise power generation and transport. Of course, all these things only work if we follow up words with action. It was very good to hear so many speakers, including, of course, the President and Ministers this morning, talking so much about the need for that energy transition. But it will only work if we follow our words with action, and that will be a high priority for the UK as COP President this year, and looking forward to Cairo, the next COP. So, and then finally, one final word. Of course, for the coming year, picking up something that you've already heard this morning. Good luck to the wonderful city of Novi Sad, the European capital of culture.
Thank you. Let's continue. The Ambassador of Canada, His Excellency Giles Norman.
Thank you very much, Dobar dan svima. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I was I was an Economist geek at a very young age, and I used to carry around a copy of The Economist with me to class, much to my teacher's chagrin, and was a big fan. So it's a particular honor to be invited here. Thank you, to be amongst all of you. So thank you, Robert. Thank you for all my fellow speakers and panelists. I'm going to be brief on introductions. I mean, I think looking forward to 2022, the hallmark is going to be uncertainty. This is going to be the word we hear over and over again. Uncertainty over COVID and health. Uncertainty over economics, particularly inflation, and the targeting of inflation in our forecasting. Uncertainty over energy, both in terms of supply, price, and its impact on climate change, our climate change agenda. And finally, geopolitical uncertainty. And all of these will be facing us in 22, as they have been facing us before. And this uncertainty, particularly in what may well be a tough winter for a lot of people, increases fear and increases frustration. And we are seeing this expressed in very different forms through street anger, through gravitation towards parties with sometimes simplistic solutions, so sometimes the seduction of extremism and use of hateful speech and other unacceptable ways of behavior, all of which have an impact and then have a somewhat of a bootstrapping impact, increasing again the level of fear and frustration. So our citizens increasingly are looking to governments, both local, national, and international, to help navigate through this uncertainty, because they sure can't do it alone. But unfortunately, confidence and trust in governments and international actors is not high. And so I think the challenge that we have as policymakers and citizens, both of the international community and our own communities, is to build back that trust, and to build back that trust and confidence where possible through dialogue, through increased cooperation, through a shared understanding that the global challenges that face us are not amenable to solution by one or two actors, but by the commonality, and that we're all affected by them, and therefore we all need to have at least a share and a say in the solutions. And finally, I would also make a plea for that dialogue to take place in the institutions that we have been successful in creating together, the multilateral institutions that we've all invested so much time and energy in. They're not perfect, we're not perfect. They're often a reflection of an imperfect world and imperfect creators, i.e. us. But they've served us well through time. If they didn't exist, you'd have to create them, and it's much more difficult to create things than to fix them. And so, again, a plea, I think, going forward in this uncertain world is to celebrate the successes, as my colleague to my left from the UK has said. The vaccine miracles that we've all been blessed with, frankly, were a product of cooperation, public, private, and across borders. Faith in science, faith, not necessarily blind faith in expertise, but an understanding that science, cooperation, and evidence-based decision-making is the way we're going to get out of this uncertainty. And rather than to hear this sort of siren calls of some of the more simplistic solutions, which can lead us to usually more problems. So just a couple of key events that I'm looking at in 2022. Obviously, we have the Winter Olympics in February, which has now turned into something more than just a sporting event. We've got the French elections in spring. My colleague, mon homologue Pierre, may have something to say about that, but presidential elections in France are significant, and not only for that country, also for Europe and for the world. We will have also important elections in the United States in November. We will have midterm elections. That's important to many of us, not least my own country that shares a continent with that great country. In June, we'll have NATO summit. So the NATO alliance will be looking forward in terms of setting its own strategic agenda going forward. That's another one that's important to watch. And of course, we will have other issues that aren't necessarily tied to certain events, but that will likely dominate the year. Taiwan, Ukraine, and the continuing discussions with Tehran about arms control and various parts of that agenda. So this is all a lot to take on. But again, 2022 is not going to be a boring year. It's going to be a year marked by uncertainty, but I'm at least optimistic. And I think it's important to try and maintain a level of optimism rather than cynicism in such a sort of profoundly dislocative era. Anyway, that's enough for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next opening remarks belong to His Excellency Pierre Cochard, the Ambassador of France.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to say some words after my colleagues who placed the French election as one of the elements. I don't know if it's an element of uncertainty or of optimism, but it will take place in any case next April indeed. Thank you. I will just take a few minutes to focus on what will be for us, for France, a key element of next year, 2022, especially for the first 6 months, which is the French presidency of the Council of the EU. Just to say that it will be important for France, it will be, I think, important for the EU, and also it will have implication on Serbia. I will shortly mention the one I have in mind. Of course, as it was said by a Canadian ambassador, we are in a world of uncertainty more than ever, COVID, environment challenges, geopolitical competition everywhere, including in the region. In this environment, France is willing to propose a future for Europe in the world and to support EU vision of what should be multilateralism in the coming years. Of course, it's not only up to the presidency to shape what will be the next project for EU. We will be working with all other 26 countries members and of course with the EU institution with an intention to find positive compromise when and where there are disagreement, and of course there are disagreements among EU member states. I will just summarize in 3 words what will be our priority for that presidency. First, power. It may seem unusual for Europe to speak about power, but that's our intention, to make sure that we'll have an agenda of sovereignty, while, of course, being completely faithful to our vision of international world order based on rule of law, respect of democracy and minority. We intend first to defend our border more strongly than we did till now, but of course in full respect, and I'm referring to what the head of UNHCR said before, in full respect of our commitment in the field of protection of refugee and asylum seeker. We'll also want to improve and increase what has been done already in the EU in the field of defense and security. We are doing more and more on that field to ensure, of course, the safety of all our citizens. And I must pay tribute to the fact that Serbia is also a strong partner in that field, taking part in several PSDC missions along with other EU countries. And finally, always on this agenda of sovereignty, we will pay stronger attention to our neighborhood. President Macron, in his press conference last week, mentioned Africa, and it's a reference to the Egyptian colleague. It's a key for our mutual prosperity and security that EU and Africa work together. And second region mentioned by President Macron was Western Balkans. So we'll have, at the end of our presidency in June, a conference And we intend to work closely with Western Balkan countries and Serbia, of course, to prepare it and to make sure that it will help promote stability and prosperity in this region with a stronger involvement, as it is already, by EU in the region. Second important priority will be, can be summarized by the word recovery. We want to defend the EU and the European growth model. We have done a lot already to face COVID and to avoid bankruptcy and unemployment spreading in our area with a huge investment plan. So we will continue to act collectively to sustain our economy. We'll do so in also trying to protect our social model in various fields. Have in mind, for example, harmonization when it comes to posted workers everywhere in Europe. We'll do also so in making sure that competition and international trade is developed in line with let's say, our commitment in the field of environment. Here again, as you know, Serbia as a candidate country with the very good news this year of the opening of a new cluster that has been decided yesterday. So it's a very encouraging development for Serbia towards its path in direction of the EU. And we will work, this cluster is about environment, energy, and connectivity, so that will be an occasion for all EU member states and for the institution to work closely with Serbia on this priority on the green agenda. And last element, a sense of belonging we want to develop among EU citizens and with our neighborhood, with defending our values, making sure that in a world where, again, as I mentioned, geopolitical competition is growing, question and challenge to our universal values are growing. We want to be firm on our principle and make sure that everywhere we support democracy, freedom of the press, and human rights. So that's, of course, ambitious priorities. 6 months are not enough to fulfill them fully, but we will do our best with other member states to go in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next and the last opening remarks belong to Nebojša Kostadinova from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Serbia.
I want to thank Economist for this fantastic opportunity to share my views with you, and those are the views of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who I represent here. My task is somewhat easier because my ministers and president gave one explanation of what Serbia has achieved and what are the plans for 2022. I will limit myself on repeating foreign policy goals of Serbia for which we are going to pursue in next year, especially when it comes to European integration and to regional policy. Of course, there are other foreign policy goals for Serbia which are also of the greatest value, developing our relations with other parts of the world. But I will focus now on European integration because we all know that today, as we speak, Intergovernmental Conference takes place in Brussels, where we are opening cluster number 4, which is already mentioned. And we think that finally Serbia's achievements have been taken into account and valorized adequately so that we can open actually four chapters, which was not have been the case in the last 2 years. That's optimistic one. And we hope that remark from European Commission, conclusion for European Commission, that we are going to, that we got recommendation to open next cluster, cluster number 3, will be taken into account for next year. Words of French ambassador sound very optimistic. We are grateful for that, and we hope that we'll be meeting these expectations from our European partners. When it comes to regional cooperation, for which my sector in the ministry is also responsible, and this is sector for European affairs and regional cooperation, I'm heading, we are very keen to pursue further Open Balkans initiative, but also to be part of all other developments that are taking place in our region, hoping that other partners in the region will have the same ambition so that we can meet our future goals. What especially encourages us is that we are opening today this cluster number 4 with the environment chapter, number 27, which is all very, very attractive and very present nowadays when we meet all various challenges when it comes to climate change and to various discussions which type of energy policy we are owed to pursue. In that sense, what struck my mind the best and what I think is reality now, that we have to find a common line what sources of energy are acceptable and what sources of energy one government should pursue. In that sense, we would like to see more common approach and more definition when it comes to what type of energy, for example, nuclear energy represents, compared to, because given the fact that some countries, some very important countries decided to leave nuclear energy, to close their power plants, while others are saying that this type of energy, this source of energy is very important. So we would like to hear one clear line in that aspect in the future. For the time being, I will close now with that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Nebojša. These were the opening remarks. But now I'd like to ask each one of you a specific set of questions. And it's going to be tailor-made, and I would like you to be short and precise because we have 3.5 minutes each. So 6 of you, 3.5 minutes is going to be like 22 minutes of remaining time for this panel. So I would like to ask Amr to finish the story about the African Free Trade Association zone, whatever it's called, and to tell us something about the huge economic potential that's looming in Africa.
Thank you, dear moderator, for that. Just to explain that the African, again, now I can pronounce it, African Free Continental Free Trade has two phases, as we said. Phase 1 is the commodities and services, and phase 2 is the policies related to, as we said, competition, investment, and intellectual property. Now, with phase 1, we're talking about 90% of removal of all custom-related barriers over between 5 to 10 years. This is the phase 1, and then with the remaining 10% being what we call sensitive products or products related to national security. Now, on services, there are 5 main sectors that are up for total liberalization, which is telecommunication, tourism, transport, financial services, and business services. I would actually also share with you the challenge that is happening is, of course, with what relates to rules of origin. So now the main focus of the negotiations are on rules of origin, particularly to what applies to the commodities liberalization. What does this mean? It means that any Serbian business represented in this room, if it really wishes to benefit from access to 1.2 billion consumers, the best thing would be to actually establish a joint production on land of Africa. I would not particularly, I would actually obviously particularly market Egypt for that as the gateway to this, but this is an incredible opportunity to establish presence for on African land to benefit from the rules of origin, which are expected to be strict rules of origin, because otherwise the free trade area would just be a bypass of the current trade regime. So I think this particular opportunity that arises at the moment, having in mind that in January, so in less than a month, a retreat will be held for African trade ministers in Egypt, and that February 22 is the African Union Summit, hopefully completing phase one of the liberalization. So again, a lot of opportunities, and we're happy to interact with all of you to provide more detailed info in that regard.
Great news. One more question for you. Are we going to have cheap flights within Africa? That's the Economist world in 2022, World Ahead, says that it's the great issue in Africa, because if you want to fly from Algeria to Cameroon, you have to fly through Istanbul. Do you believe that it's going to change soon? Are we going to have direct flights? They're going to be cheaper and they're going to spur the economy.
You know, till just before the COVID challenge, the only African station for Air Serbia was Cairo, and it will continue to, it will resume to be so, and I hope so, so that you can have the connectivity between Air Serbia being the regional hub for the Western Balkan and the network that Egypt Air and other companies provide for the rest of Africa. But I agree with you, infrastructure development is a major priority, and that is the parallel pillars to free trade area initiatives that are on the continent.
Fantastic news, thank you. Mr. Sheep, tell us, in short, what is your opinion about the central topic of this issue, the relationship between China and America, the European values and the frictions within Europe and the European enlargement? We know everything about what's happening in Ukraine and with Hungary and Poland and everything else. And tell us about the economy. The inflation is looming because of demand and also quantitative ease that happened for the last 13 years. We're printing money and now it's happening.
Well, thank you. Of course, I am not an expert on inflation, but I talked to some experts. Yes, apparently a decisive, and this is not very original, but a decisive factor for the rising inflation is the rise of the energy prices. And this is clear. And this again this was caused by a strong increase in demand from industry due to this apparently strong recovery of the global economy after the pandemic. But apparently the problem is not only on the demand but also on the supply side. And here a number of factors apparently come into play. Gas deliveries from the North Sea have temporarily been throttled due to also the pandemic. Gazprom apparently stuck to long-term supply contracts, not increasing the supply. And then what I also learned was that increasing the share of renewable energies in Germany and in Europe might also have contributed to this, because the European wind power fell considerably in the first half of the year, and so on and so on. But I think there seems to be light at the end of the tunnel. This so-called speculative bubble in the gas market with prices soaring in October apparently is bursting. So I think you can be, or at least this is what I was told, we can be cautiously optimistic that the inflation is going down again with a decrease of energy prices. What I said in my introduction is that for the German government, the green energy transformation will be a key priority in the upcoming years. And because this is probably my last chance to speak today, just very briefly, because you also talked about, or you mentioned Europe and the global political situation, China, Russia, enlargement, difficult to comment in a couple of seconds, but again, I think the idea or our plan, vision is actually also in support of the upcoming French EU presidency to make the European Union more resilient, less dependent on, among others, on critical infrastructure, critical products. We want to increase its capacity to act. We know this is not so easy. It won't be done overnight, but we are convinced that this is the right way to go. When we talk about resilience, about European sovereignty, we also mean so-called digital independence, of course, which is a big theme also for the next years to come. Strengthening the EU's trade policy instruments, promoting the European norms and standards. So I think there's a lot to do, and last but not least, when it comes to the European common foreign and security policy, also we still have this when we take decisions, the principle of unanimity, and this we also have again look into this because this might also be an obstacle to an effective, efficient decision making. But of course, we are aware of differing opinions on that. There's a so-called strategic compass being discussed among EU member states, kind of setting out the foreign policy orientation of the European Union for the years to come. The idea is to adopt this under the French presidency in March next year. And my last remark, when it comes to enlargement, yes, we are quite happy that it was possible to open Cluster 4 for Serbia. And this should really be an encouragement for the Serbian government to continue to increase its efforts. And just to remind you that the overall speed of enlargement, of rapprochement, is determined by the progress in the rule of law. So this remains to be an extremely important dimension also for the next steps in the enlargement process and in Serbia's path towards EU membership. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Hashib. The British ambassador is going to get a question considering Britain, basically. What The Economist is pointing out in the World Ahead 2022 is basically the plan of Prime Minister Boris Johnson to build, to level up Britain, to level up the regions left behind during the 40 years or even more of lagging behind. What do you think about that? And can you comment, is it going to be a path that's going to serve as a pattern for other countries that want to level up the regions left behind?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So for anybody that's not clear, anybody not a native speaker perhaps, when the Prime Minister talks about levelling up, what he's talking about is looking across the country, looking at areas that are perhaps economically stronger, looking at areas where perhaps children haven't been doing so well educationally, maybe don't seem to have the same opportunities and so on. And so the idea is to make sure that the opportunities, the economic success and so on is spread more evenly across the country. Now, of course, some countries have more decentralized systems of government anyway. I've worked and lived in one country that several decades ago had moved parts of government out to different cities in an attempt to do that. And of course, Germany has a very different sort of state and constitutional structure, so you have different challenges. It is a very important agenda. It can't be done overnight, and it has many aspects. And of course, at the same time, we have faced the challenges of the pandemic. Though I just say briefly on that, the UK has actually made a very strong, quick recovery from the sharp dip that so many of us experienced as a result of the pandemic, and our growth figures are pretty good at the moment, the end of this year and going into next. And also, you've been asking about inflation. We do hope and expect to get inflation down to 2% target next year. So, but there is a lot to be done. I can't give you any answers because it would be a process, but it's part of transport infrastructure, again, like in this country, similar effort to spread the infrastructure out across the country so that the economic benefits of the country are also spread more widely. So it's an important agenda. It will be part of the government's programme for the coming years. And we also do have a devolved system of government in the UK that we have Scottish Government, Welsh Government and Northern Ireland Executive as well. So we also need to work together as the whole country to make sure our economic benefits and gains are together. Just to finish then, maybe of course on the green agenda, because of course that does offer opportunities across the country. And we've made really very significant gains already in our energy transition. There's a lot more to do. But for example, one of the major sources of energy for us with our energy transition is offshore wind. And I have to say, we've got a lot of that all the way around the country.
Great news. We watch you and we want you to succeed in your efforts and to level up the country and make the country better. The question for Mr. Norman is basically the rivalry between China and America. And of course, one important thing that Canada is choosing a different approach from the United States of America during the Donald Trump presidency. It's the plan of Prime Minister Trudeau to open up and receive migrants from all over the world and to make a truly even more multicultural society. Tell us something about that. If you...
Great. No, thank you. That's kind of two parts, right? I mean, in terms of the China-US dynamic, one, I think we would take, it's fair enough to say, we look for ways to cooperate and coordinate with both China and the United States. It's fair to say that the Trudeau government, I think, wanted to have a better relationship with China than it has ended up having, not least due to some of the policies adopted by the Chinese government. That being said, Ottawa has not given up on having somewhat of a constructive relationship with China, and so we don't want to see the world in sort of Manichaean terms of sort of like a bipolar world is not in anybody's interest. I mean, I think it's fair to say and frankly, to be honest, I'm not sure it's really on offer either. Both the United States and China are pursuing policies that are unique to them. And in some ways, global leadership is much more contested. We are looking at a more multipolar world rather than a bipolar world. And then I sort of fall back on my remarks that I said at the beginning, which is, I think, a reason why we should not show passivity in that situation, but actually show a degree of ambition. So the government, so in terms of doubling down, if you may call it, on a sort of multicultural and diverse society, absolutely the government of Canada is doing that. So the government has just made a commitment to accept 400,000 migrants in 2022. Whether that's going to be possible with Omicron or not, I really don't know, to be perfectly honest with you. But again, the government's attitude will be that it sets an ambitious target. Maybe it could work that way. Maybe it can work. Maybe it cannot work, depending on factors. But the bias is there. And I mean, I think it's just for Canada, it's a fundamental. It's just a fundamental part of the polity, is that Canada's been settled by migrants since its creation. So it's not as if this is new or novel or forced on us. It just is. Now, the sources of that immigration have definitely varied over time for historical reasons. Historically, it was mostly European. It has become largely much more Asian and African focused. I think the largest sources now of immigration to Canada are China, India, Philippines, and then I believe some of the European countries if you take it as an aggregate. So it's no longer just European. That can be a challenge from an integration point of view. But again, the good news is that we have a history, we have a system, and there's a political commitment really across parties. The parties will differ on how that should be done. They don't differ on whether it should be done. And economically, our birth rates are such that if we want to make our economic growth targets and to settle our large land, we need people, and we're not going to be able to produce those people, to be crude, putting it ourselves, and therefore we will bring in people from various streams. It's a mixture of, there's some refugees, some economic migrants, it's a mix. And I think that's the secret, is we do not take from one area of the world exclusively, we do not take from one category of migrants exclusively, and we do not settle them all exclusively in one area of the country. It's important to try and get that balance and to approach it in a very systematic and organized way. You don't get this right if you don't plan it and follow through on it. An ad hoc response to migration is not a recipe for success in our point of view. I would point out, though, that one of the tensions that we're having, and it goes back to the inflation argument, is by importing large amounts of these people, we're driving up housing costs. And this has become a major issue in Canada, is that it's good that we have a growing population, but we have growing housing costs that are now actually starting to cause some inflationary pressures, and that's a challenge that we haven't quite cracked yet. Thank you.
It was a great answer and very detailed. Thank you. And for Mr. Cochard, it's going to be centered around the European Union and French presidency, of course. And I would like to ask you, what's your opinion? What is your opinion, what is European Union going to look like in the 20s? In the noughties we had like a kind of euphoria. We had 12 new countries, enlargements, etc. In the 10s it was a little bit problematic. We had a war in Ukraine, we had wars in Syria, Libya, at the borders of European Union. It was very unstable. Now we have different approaches, different views coming from East, Poland, Hungary. They have a different view of what European Union in Europe is, and some countries in the Western, Northern Europe think otherwise. What do you think, what's going to shape European Union in the 20s?
Well, of course, you rightly mentioned the fact that the construction of Europe and of European Union has never been an easy task. So we have experienced crisis. Of course, you're right to say that after at the beginning of let's say in the 90s and beginning of the 2000s, there was a lot of euphoria about an expansion of shared values among all countries. That has not been the case. But I think we are now in the process of trying to reaffirm to some extent our model, that what I was mentioning, what also the German ambassador underlined, speaking about various issues, and also the need to reform our decision process so that to make it more effective. But indeed, probably a new element is related to the fact that inside the EU there are more questions about our common values. That was not the case before. That's now the case. We have to face this as a true challenge while saying that the core of our values are non-negotiable. It's really the essence of our union, of our history also, of the peace we managed to keep between ourselves. So they are not negotiable. But we have to adapt. Of course, we are a union of sovereign countries. President Macron was yesterday, I think, or the day before yesterday in Hungary to meet Mr. Orbán. So we will continue to discuss and to find a way forward to build something common, faithful to our values again, but taking into account various opinions. That's normal. That's certainly a big challenge for the year to come.
Thank you. And a short closing remark from Nebojša. What is the place of Serbia in this ever-changing world?
It's difficult for Serbia to look for its own place. It is for multilateralism and sees its place within the community of nations, within regional integration, within European integration. I must just say that Serbia sees that Europe projects its own economic and global influence all over the world, and we, in Western Balkans, we are only 17 million people. In that sense, we would like to support more ambition on the European side to include us in Western Balkans in its routes, because Serbia sees that as opportunity for European Union, because if you develop Indo-Pacific strategy, if you project your influence in Africa, we will have this February summit on EU and Africa. Let's just not forget neighborhood. Let's just not forget Western Balkans, which should not be one black hole surrounded by European Union member countries. We have migrants, we have energy, we have climate. You cannot leave us lagging behind and adopt strategies for wider parts of the world. That would be my short conclusion. There is a lot to talk about that, but I will finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests. It was the first panel for the ambassadors of different countries from different sides of the world, 3 different continents. We've heard a lot of different opinions that actually enriched our knowledge about the year that is going to come in 3 weeks.
Pre nego što se odjavimo sa panelom.
Before closing this panel, it's time to see the poll on the portals and social networks during this conference. So how we should act with the migrants on the territory of Serbia. 56.2% say provide all assistance necessary, expel them from the country 24.8%, and do not let them out of the camps 19% of those that voted. Do we have perhaps a comment of the participants? Or comment on these results?
We see on the screen is actually how should we treat the migrants that are actually on the territory of the Republic of Serbia? Do you have any of you has does any of you have any kind of idea what should be done?
Only short. That shows us that Serbia, our government did the right thing when it helped migrants.
They agree with the government, with the political
it reflects the mood of the people.
Hvala najlepše. Žikici Milošević, urednik od Economist magazina koji...
We want to thank Žikica Milošević, the moderator of the first panel, and I want to thank Your Excellency for taking part.
Ćemo nastaviti dalje sa našim programom.
We're going to continue with our program, so I would like to ask you to remain in your seats so that we can continue with the presentation of the next panel. We have our second panel, panel number 2. We're going to have foreign and domestic chambers of commerce. We're going to talk about the economy before and after pandemic. We're also going to talk about the challenges in 2022. I would like to invite the participants, the panelists, to join me here at the panel table.
Možete slobodno. Sada još jednom ću pozvati učesnike.
So let me invite the panelists to take their seats. Please take your seats.
Slobodno. Svi oni koji su gledali
all those of you who watched the 4th season of Netflix series The Crown will recognize the conversation we are going to see now in the next intro. Please let's see it together.
I think to make enemies left, right, and center.
Not if one is comfortable with having enemies.
Are you?
Oh, yes. Inspired by the words of the Chartist poet Charles Mackay. You have no enemies, you say. Alas, my friend, the boast is poor. He who is mingled in the fray of duty that the brave endure must have made foes. If you have none, small is the work that you have done. You've hit no traitor on the hip. You've dashed no cup from perjured lip. You've never turned the wrong to right. You've been a coward in the fight.
Oni koji su gledali.
Those of you who watched the 4th season of The Crown will recognize the discussion between Queen Elizabeth II and Margaret Thatcher, where the Iron Lady gives a quote here. They say that whoever has not made a foe did not do a serious job. How much the business and political leaders in our world are trying not to create foes or enemies at the cost of having even a low level of business. Whether the times ahead of us at the global level require some real, true, hard remedy on hard wounds. You will be able to read in a magazine in World in 2020, and you are going to hear now from the panelists. We have Marko Andrejić. He is the moderator. Please take the floor. Good afternoon, everybody. Dear participants, dear guests, all of you who are watching us via YouTube, welcome to this to the second panel of the World in 2020. That is dealing with the topic, the economy before and after pandemic. We're going to talk about the effects and consequences of the pandemic that is taking almost 2 years now, and the impact on the business operations. We are going to talk about some forecasts, the predictions for the period to come, how they see that, and how their members of their chambers of commerce plan the period ahead of us. We have here Zoran Petrović, the chairperson or president of the AmCham Serbia. Then Dr. David Lansman, he's the president of the British Serbian Chamber of Commerce. He's going to join us a little later. Dragan Stokić, the president of French Serbian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Giorgio Marchegiani, the president of the Italian-Serbian Businessman Chamber of Oliver Lepori, the executive director of the Japanese Business Alliance in Serbia, and Simon Savšek, the economist from the EIB Macroeconomic Scenario Unit. So, Mr. Petrovic, perhaps we can start from you. How do you assess the state of the economy at the end of this current year? And does it seem to you that the businesses are in a slightly better position now than they were at the beginning of the year? So, I would certainly say that the situation is significantly better. It's incomparable to the previous year. This year, we can see already that ever since May, June, all the projections for the economic growth are being moved forward, and it is clear that it is going to be 6 to 7%. All the production capacities, from this production side was assisted by the construction, also the services sector. On the use side, we had personal consumption that has given a push to the progress, and what is very important, the investments. I believe that as far as this, the composition of the growth, the slight difference between Serbia and some other Eastern and Central European countries that are in the European Union, they were more, we had more of the exports. This is something that we should pay more attention to. The state of economy, I think, is reflected by a piece of data which says what is the share of NPLs in the banking sectors. It is at a very low level, at 2.9% only. So it is the assessment that this year was very good. As far as our members are concerned, 80% of them did not have difficulties during the pandemic. This is the recent survey shows that, the lap time, and then 80% of them says that they had income growth, the profit growth, and investment growth. Does it mean that so that the new normalcy is not a problem or an issue for them? No, the problems, of course, they did face problems last year, but the drop last year was less than what was expected, particularly at the time of the lockdown. People simply adjusted, and a lot of was done wherever could be done, wherever hybrid forms of works was done. The digitalization has reached unsurpassable levels. Also, the supply channels were very active. People made sure that they were going to organize the work in such a way that they would protect their health. We have become smarter. This year was better because of the optimism since the vaccine came. And in connection with that one comment, it will be very good. We have started well, but it will be very important that in the end, to say that in the end we were not good enough. It would be really good if we do not waste all the good results that have been achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Marchegiani. How did Italian companies in Serbia face the crisis during the pandemic?
It's a pleasure to be here with you. Well, Italian companies in Serbia faced the crisis as all other companies in Serbia, meaning in tough way and basically in a very resilient way. Italy, as a country, suffered a lot because of tourism, but as an exporting country, Italy during the pandemic grew a lot. By the same token, Italian companies here that are linked to our Italian manufacturing grew. They were able to overcome. Of course, there were issues of logistics, transportation, in particularly in March, April, and May. But after that, I think everybody adjusted. So in that sense, also, if I look at the members of the chamber and Italian companies in Serbia, there are 2 big banks and 2 big insurance companies, among them the one I'm leading. Also, we were able to see resilience both in the Serbian market and the Italian component. If the same question comes as my predecessor, didn't we suffer? We did suffer. I think we did suffer, everybody, but at the end we are able to go to a new normal. I think that also for the future, the Serbian role as a near-shoring country for manufacturing coming out from Far East is very important. I would say that Serbia didn't lose the time during 2020 and 2021 in terms of infrastructure building, and this is the best passport for the future development of Serbia as, let's say, really European country. It's, if I look at Italy, you know, Trieste to Belgrade is 6 hours by a highway, and it's very well connected now. The highway stretches, as you know, to the south, and so we see Serbia both in this way as well as a very important partner for higher value-added industries. And in this time, no time was lost. So I think in the end, I wouldn't say, as Ivica Dačić was saying, we cannot dare to say that it was a good time, because it was a terrible time. But all in all, we made it.
Thank you. Gospodine Stokiću, slično pitanje za vas. Koji su bili najveći izazovi?
Mr. Stokić, similar question. What were the biggest challenges for French companies? As all companies in Serbia, the French ones had to change their business in a dynamic way. They had to adapt last year and to reduce their activity. This year, fortunately, we have increased demand. So the general impression is positive. There were no reduction of capacity substantially, no layoffs, and we are prepared for 2022. The sectors I would like to highlight for the French business community: traffic or transportation, and after tourism, this is the worst hit sector, especially the air traffic, which is important of the Belgrade airport and Vansi. Good news is that all projects that are planned on the long run in terms of modernization and boosting capacities are still going on unhindered, a dozen of projects, and we have heard recently from the president of the Belgrade airport on the topic of sustainable development. Even the environmental projects related to environment protection are still going on. Even the Belgrade airport is has gone a long way in terms of decarbonization, which is a good message. Good message because of the concept of the concession, PPP. And I would like to mention a disturbance affecting all companies on the labor market. Actually, there were no layoffs, reduction. On the contrary, there was an increase of demand for high qualified workers due to domestic demand that has increased, but also due to the demand from Western countries, Western European countries. They turned more to countries in their neighborhood in the Southeast Europe, including Serbia. They were looking for reliable and competitive suppliers. This is a concept of nearshoring, which expanded in Serbia, especially in IT. It's a negative consequence in our country because prices are rising. But this is a disturbance which is part of this new normal, and we have to adapt and to get accustomed to it.
Mr. Lepori, the Japanese Business Alliance in Serbia is relatively new organization, but what are the greatest challenges when you talk about Japanese company to Serbia? The alliance is active for some 15 years, but we are particularly proud of the last 5 years when we got the official recognition from the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, and this is a major recognition for Serbia itself. they're not so numerous like some other, like in some other countries. We have only some 60 Japanese companies here active in Serbia, but this is a very specific aspect, and it is they very easily integrate into the local communities. So they have shared all the joint issues and all the impact in the last 2 years, basically tackled our companies as well. They actively got involved in assisting the state in all the segments. But what are the two greatest challenges are the cultural one, and the second one, the social mobility of the labor force, which my co-locutors have, or here co-panelists have mentioned. When we look at some examples, I can say easily that last year were marked by some very important investments from Japan, concretely Toyota Iris. If we look at just these two examples, they are looking for highly educated labor force, and this is the type of issues that we all face. On the other hand, Japanese companies often are not so noticeable, let's say, and this is one of the characteristics. They like to integrate as much as possible into the local community, but the goal is that within this Japanese business culture is to support as much as possible to the local community. These are long-term relations and stable investments, all in all. So this is not only a contribution to the direct, is not a contribution only through direct investments and direct employment, the growth of export and increased GDP, but they bring their own silent qualitative change. Let me give you an example of the already mentioned Toyo factory. They're going to have a test track for their pneumatics. They're not bringing only the production, the manufacturing, they're bringing an important component of each company, particularly when it comes to multinational companies. So their development, their R&D, and they're going to employ the national experts. From rubber to technological ones, etc. Thank you. Mr. Savchek, you have a slightly broader view of the economy in the region, and you have analyzed a few more ones. From your aspect, how did the companies from the region reacted, and what were their obstacles, let's say, in terms of financial hurdles?
Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be here with you.
Figure it out, the pandemic is still very much here. So even though, in terms of GDP and employment, the region was not as severely affected as we initially feared, the impact is still here. So probably it will take some time for all to properly recover and get out of the crisis. And why we were so wrong, I'm an economist for China as well, and when I was looking, when the virus was moving to the region, there were these initial estimates that practically it's not going to affect it. It was 0.01 impact on GDP, then it became 1%, then it became 5%, then it became 10%. And obviously, we were very wrong, and this time we were wrong for a very good defined reasons, let's say it. So first of all, flows to the economies in the region were very much, so international flows to the region were very much sustained. There was a substantial, massive policy support in place, not only from local governments, but also from the MDBs and International Monetary Fund. And the vaccination was rolled over much better and much faster than we initially thought. Now, indeed, we try to understand a bit better, and that is why we coupled together with the World Bank and the EBRD, and we implemented the survey, the enterprise survey for the region. And further, we are expecting to launch a common product with the IMF next year, somewhere in the second quarter, where we really analyze a bit more in depth what basically happened. And let me just give you a bit of the highlights. This enormous, massive really support companies basically in the Western Balkans tell us that 90% of them received some kind of wage subsidies. We have seen from 10 to 20% of firms are telling us that they got payment deferrals, access to new credit. Nevertheless, if you look at it, still 40% of firms temporarily closed down in the region, and 61% of them experienced decreased liquidity or cash flow availability. So even with this, they really had some trouble. This is the first thing to say. Now I'm moving a bit more already to the obstacles. We have all the time some similar elephants in the room in the region, and namely, if you look at the enterprise survey, informal sector, high tax rates and political instability are the key ones. And in Serbia, there is another one that is very prominent, and it is poorly educated workforce. It comes mainly from the poor demographic outlook and high structural unemployment rate. I'm not going to go into the details, but if you want to have more on this, I really suggest you to look at the MDB's and the European Commission reports that are done on Serbia as well as on other countries. I would also very much agree with Mr. Petrovic that also on the banking side, we are running the Central, Eastern and Southeastern European survey of banks, including for Serbia. Also go to that survey if you're interested about specific results for the countries. But generally also there the situation was much better, I completely agree. Banks digitalized to quite some extent. They took the government measures quite effectively. However, still a number of firms, in particular SMEs, remain financially constrained. And this is somewhere, obviously, where as Alessandro already was saying before, the EIB is going to be still involved. Yes, maybe I would stop here and maybe some repercussions later. Thank you.
Hvala. Sa nama je gospodin David Landsman, predsjednik Britansko-Srpske privredne komore. Dobar dan, gospodin Landsman, da li se čujemo?
Good afternoon.
Sorry, do we hear each other?
With you. I only wish, despite the weather, I still wish I could be with you in Belgrade, but I'm delighted that the technology allows us to get together. I've been involved in the region for quite a long time. I first came to Serbia almost 25 years ago. And listening to my fellow panelists this afternoon and thinking about that perspective, it strikes me we can be very optimistic in several ways. As far as Britain and Serbia are concerned, I mean, a lot's changed in both countries in recent years. We might come to Brexit, for example, a bit later, but a lot's changed. And I think that one of the consequences of that, which we've seen in the chamber, which is growing quite considerably, both in terms of the number of our members and the activity of our members in both countries, Serbian companies in the UK and British companies in Serbia, is that the two countries and the two countries' business communities are looking at each other with a fresh eye and with a fresh eye on the opportunities that exist. And I think that's really very encouraging. We are not the largest chamber, and the relationship is not the largest bilateral relationship that either Serbia or Britain has, but it's very much a fast-growing one. When British companies ask me about Serbia, and we talk to them in the UK, what I say is that Serbia is the largest country in a growing region. And when they think about the growth of the Central and Eastern European countries that are now in the European Union, that is the kind of growth that we are seeing and will see in the region. And that begins to attract quite a lot of attention. You look at the location, you just have to get out the map, and sometimes it's not a bad idea to show people the map. Look at the map, look at the infrastructure investment that's going in. And I don't know, we heard something just now about education. But I think I would say look at the positive side, look at the human capital, look at the tech companies which are coming from Serbia and setting up in the UK, look at the increasing number of high-tech relationships between the two countries. I'd certainly say that. And I'd also, the other thing I say to British companies, and I hope my fellow panelists won't complain too much, is I say to them, if you haven't looked at the region, just look at which other companies and which other countries have looked at it. And there are flourishing relationships there and a lot of investment, and you can compete too. So I think there's a very attractive prospect. I used to be a diplomat, so I know, I've heard the political arguments, I've heard the ambassadors and the ministers this morning. I think from a business point of view, of course we have to take notice of the political relationships, of course we have to take notice of the bigger picture, but we also have to look beyond the headlines to the business and economic trends. Those, I think, are positive. They're certainly positive for the relationship between British and Serbian businesses. I think the Open Balkans initiative is a really important one. Of course, the adoption of EU standards across the economy is a way of providing predictability and transparency. But that sense of the fewer obstacles to business, the better, which Open Balkans signifies, is another reason to be optimistic. So I think, we don't know what next year is going to be like. We don't know how difficult it's going to be, but some things won't change. And I think those trends are here to stay. So that's what makes me optimistic and what makes me pleased to be with you, at least virtually, this afternoon. So thank you very much.
Yeah. You just Great Britain had a Brexit, and now it's pandemics and everything else. How would you rate all those the events? How did it affect the economy, British economy, and globally?
Well, I think you've probably seen the numbers for the economy, some very steep falls, but also now some very significant bouncing. But I'm optimistic we will get over that. The fact that governments take precautionary measures doesn't mean that things necessarily are quite as bad as they fear, but precautionary measures are sometimes necessary. So again, it's about looking at the trends, and it's looking at the underlying strengths and the underlying opportunities. As far as Brexit is concerned, well, I represent the Chamber of Commerce, not a government or a political view. I think what is clear to everybody, though, in business and everywhere else now, is that the UK has definitely left the European Union. That's not going to change. We all know, I think also, that the UK and the EU are still in the process of working out exactly how their long-term relationship is going to work. And you just have to look at the geography to say that in the end they're going to have to work together pretty collaboratively. I think what we would expect is that the UK will diverge from the European Union in regulation in some areas, but not in others. I think in a lot of areas, and I would imagine in, for example, goods, trade, manufacturing, and so on, there are really, in many cases, only two standards in the world anyway, and the European one is one of them. And there's little pressure from business to vary those standards for no good reason. So I would expect in many areas the UK will retain European standards, or something which is very much the same as European standards. I think in some areas the UK has already shown keenness to look at some divergence and some reform, some simplification. Technology in general is one, financial services is another, biosciences, I would say, is another. And I think these will provide particular opportunities for innovation in some of those areas. And I would expect the UK to remain very attractive to investors, researchers, collaborators in all of those kind of areas. And I mentioned already that we are seeing some of our chamber members from Serbia set up innovative technology businesses and operations in the UK. And that's something which we as a chamber are doing as much as we can to publicise among the tech community here in Britain, because I think it's an area where there is definitely more opportunity. It's one of those areas where, as I say, Britain is changing, Serbia is changing, and we can look at each other in a new light. I think the UK will do more trade deals with third countries, non-EU countries in the coming years. Clearly we'll want to focus on services where the UK is strong, and we are seeing that already there is a change in the balance of UK services trade away from the EU and towards more trade with non-EU countries. So I think it's a set of opportunities there, both for British companies and for Serbian companies. The labour mobility rules have changed in a positive way as far as Serbia is concerned, and the conversations we have with the labour lawyers suggest that there are some better opportunities for Serbian companies to establish in the UK. I think the role of the UK as a financial centre will absolutely remain, and I might perhaps just finish with a mention of the UK Export Finance's £4 billion allocated for projects in Serbia. That work is very much going ahead, and we see that as a very positive incentive also to private capital to invest. So I think the City of London, which is kind of British, but it's also kind of international, could play a greater part in the evolution of Serbian development, and also in building stronger economic relationships between the two countries. So I think this is not a kind of conversation I think we might have had 5 years ago, but I think it's a conversation that will only grow in the coming period.
Thank you. Gospodin Markeđani, čuli smo malo.
Mr. Markeđani, we have just heard that many companies have used different support measures that, how do you assess the measures taken by the government of Serbia in terms of packages helping different companies?
It was extremely quick and effective in supporting companies as far as I could see among our members and also in the environment I know because of my role in the company. I think that it tackled exactly the points that were needed. So under this point of view, I would give a very high score, if it's possible to give a score to a government for a foreign investor. But I'm also really thankful, because I think that these, as it was said, okay, there are financial disruptions, some sectors suffered, but I think it was quick and simple, basically. So I would summarize like this, and it was given at the right moment. So I think that this contributed to the great performance of the Serbian GDP with only less than 1% negative growth, meaning decrease, and helped our members and Italian companies to consider Serbia, if we wish, a safe harbor for the manufacturing, which is one of the pillars of the collaboration between the two countries, which went down for a bit, but then grew immediately. So I also would like to underscore that this is reflected in figures.
Thank you. Gospodin Stokić, šta bi sa stanovišta francuskog...
From the aspect of, what should be from the aspect of French-Serbian economy in the next year? Well, I would like to emphasize or point out what is important for all companies in the Serbian society at large is to encourage the employment of the young, even if there is deceleration of their brain drain, but particularly when they, this is a long-term task and process, but we must start it at once, and we must alleviate the consequences. And in this regard, we support as a good step the setting up of these scientific and technological parks. This is, for instance, taking place now. There are 3 right now: Belgrade, Niš, and Novi Sad. Very soon, the 4th one in Kragujevac. This should be the incubator of startups and providing opportunities for the self-employment of the young. We also support the activities of the governmental IT office that has developed a set of innovative electronic services, which additionally contribute to the creation of this favorable climate for education and expansion of the economy. When we talk about the digitalization that has been mentioned several times here, we also believe that we should encourage not only the digitalization of the state public administration, but we should encourage the digitalization of major big public companies as well as other private big companies, because digitalization in its essence makes the managing of the resources of companies more efficient. And if in its core, in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, it allows the companies to enter the new digital economy, data-based economy, and to generate completely new personalized services, thus expanding their base of users and the market. In addition to digitalization, we believe that a major stress should be put on the green agenda. We've already heard that from all participants. And today, we opened this fourth, in the infamous fourth cluster, so there will be additional funds, the possibilities for financing programs, primarily in 3 areas. This has already been announced by the government. Wastewater treatment, green energy, the energy efficiency, and decarbonization that should start. And of course, we, as French Chamber of Commerce, recently in November, actually, we organized a business conference called Innovative Environment, and it was dedicated to the innovative and sustainable development. And we believe, we also saw there, we believe that French companies can help in that area, in the field, in the terms of the application of technologies, the best practices. And this is something that French Chamber of Commerce is going to insist, and this will be in our focus in the next year. When we talk about innovations, we have also mentioned the development of the startup system. Last week, government adopted this decision about the startup companies. This will certainly contribute, no doubt about it. The possibilities of self-employment of the young is very important. The creation of own companies is very important, and in this way, this can revive or liven up the general setting.
Mr. Lampori, it seems that Japan is far away, of course, from here, but I'm sure that companies throughout the world faced similar problems in the last 2 years. So how do the Japanese companies will face 2022? Japan is, of course, geographically on the other side of the world. In 2020, there was a fall in GDP up to 4.8%. If I remember, but in this year we already have growth of 2.4%. So companies, well, were resourceful because these are enormous systems with dozens of factories throughout the world on all continents. Situation was alleviated with a large number of vaccinated people, which is a characteristic, culturological characteristic, but the situation was placed under control. So as on today, the Japanese population has under 100 infected people on daily level. In the first phase, this spilled over national companies and their businesses, not only importers but also exporters. We have all seen these fragmented supply chains and how it affected on entire industries, some of which completely stopped, including some big international companies. On the other hand, our company is doing business in Serbia. Well, didn't remain idle, and they did everything in order to ensure recovery. So we can say that as on today, Japanese companies are cleaning the air from industrial facilities in Serbia owing to strong support of the Japanese government. They treat water that's released in rivers and ponds as part of digitization, which is a fantastic activity of the government. They had Japanese companies were also active. One of our companies enabled telemedicine, where patients with rare diseases which could not reach their doctors were able to consult directly and do some analysis and then take some advice with specialists. There were many problems, but so far they are addressed successfully. There are large expectations next year too. The unemployment rate is 2.8%, was 2.8%, and remained at the same level, which is evidence of stability of the Japanese system. Also, going forward, there is a new political dimension. The Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida, well known for his actions in foreign policy, adopted a package of measures of more than $400 billion, which was put at the disposal of the economy and part to the population, enabling a deferment of tax payments, which will impact directly through the Initiative for Cooperation with the Western Balkans, which has already brought about certain important investments. With some we are already in touch, and we are following what will happen going forward. When it comes to the Western Balkans, you mentioned an interruption of the global supply chains, one of the biggest challenges. Is this a new opportunity for new investment in Serbia, actually, for the Japanese companies to bring their production to the region? It's a great question. This will have an incredible impact. In addition to economic measures that have had a positive impact, and political measures of the government of Serbia, the direct relationship that will be, attention that we pay to attracting FDIs will be a major element. Next year could be key and historical even for Serbia. When it comes to Japan, we have an important jubilee, 5 years from the official recognition by the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, and also 140 years from the establishment of diplomatic relations. We will try to promote Serbia even more in Japan. And I think that there is room for that. When it comes to global supply chains, Serbia has already defined its strategic sectors, but whichever sector you start to analyze, we have a situation where this can really have a positive effect on Serbia if, we take these opportunities, and in terms of position, qualified workforce, and this will be one of the messages from this conference. If we take, for example, the automobile industry, it's amazing to see that, for example, according to certain indicators, about 6.4% of all inputs from the automobile industry comes from abroad. It's not just the case for Serbia. This has affected at the international level, showing the vulnerability of these supply chains. So this is an extremely important opportunity to have a very well-conceived mix to attract those companies that can have a significant impact on supply chains that are strategic for Serbia. Looking at the one of the last investments that were made, Nidec, they will make electrical engines. Nidec, the Nidec group is enormous with many companies. They will also produce and manufacture installations, plants. The Nidec plant in Serbia has already secured its customers in the EU, even in China. So these are these supply chains. We will have a finished product that will be formed in Serbia, but we already have discussions with the government and Serbian companies as to how to complete the pool of suppliers for an important industry, potentially for hundreds of jobs, factories, plants with different productions. So situation is sensible. The global map is changing. In many industries, these supply chains are shortened, and it's an opportunity to get them focused. Serbia has all the advantages to do it. We hope that we will take this opportunity in the best possible way next year. And that is the last thing that I think it's extremely important is services. All these activities must go in sync with certain catering activities. I will give you an example. We have companies that are directly included in agriculture and all economic sectors in Serbia. For example, agriculture. Next year we will have the new rule book on the pesticides coming into effect. But so not a single manager, handler, pesticide handler in agriculture, so each producer will have to be trained. Not a single country in the world cannot withstand this pressure, not even the Netherlands. So agriculture training, these systems were privatized. Finally, they're efficient more efficient when they're private. We have more than 50% of service activities in Serbia, whereby 26% is in the industry, which is a characteristic of advanced economies. So this is one of the key points. Thank you.
Mr. Petrovic, in terms of macroeconomy, how are you looking at the biggest challenges next year, both for Serbia and for your members? Well, we are waiting for the new year in a better shape than we hoped for. All the assessments show that the growth is going to be 6.5 to 7%. This is a great thing. All sectors grew except of agriculture. We had bad seasons, so it never happens that you have 2 years in a row that are good, you know. So let's hope that next year agriculture is going to be better. This is a very important thing for Serbia because agriculture accounts for 6-7% of the GDP. As far as other variables are, it turned out, or last year it turned out that how good that the Serbian authorities conducted fiscal consolidation from 2014 to 2017, more or less. GDP got to 74-75%, and that really gave us room for these major interventions in the field of fiscal and monetary policies. So we are going to complete the year with the public debt less than many other, including also some EU member countries. Another good thing is that fiscal deficit is much lower than planned. This is also a very good thing. The good thing is that we are planning an even lower fiscal deficit. Of course, there are some challenges, and when you talk about challenges, this is inflation. Beforehand, maybe I should mention something that always business likes, and this is the stable FX foreign exchange. We have positive trends in the labor market, slight decrease in the unemployment. I think unemployment is not a problem, but many of our members say that The lack of qualified labor is one of the basic problems. The inflation is the key question. Unfortunately, two-thirds of the factors impacting inflation, the central bank cannot have an impact. But on the other hand, it is good when we compare Serbia with a couple of the Eastern and Central European countries where the central banks have already reacted. The expected, we are in different positions than Czechia, Poland, and Hungary, and our inflation is still within the goal scope. These are good things, but I would say that here too, the central bank, like in other markets, it is between rock and a hard place. If it doesn't do anything, it will be sorry. If it does too much, it can also be sorry. So I believe that I think national bank or central bank will earn its salaries, let's say, in the year to come. The challenges, additional challenges, depend, on also the economy, on what is going to happen in the economy of the EU, because they are our key partners. Two-thirds of our exports go to EU. So every sneeze or every slight problem there is already a major thing here. So this is an open question. There's also a question what is going to happen with energy, raw materials, and the prices of basic consumables or raw materials. From my business, let's say, next year we will have to pay 40% more for electricity. Some 300,000 euros will be more than for our electricity bill. We used to pay for megawatt for some 60, 70 euros for the one-year contract. Already in the next 6 months, we have negotiated for 120 euros per 1 megawatt, which now seems an extremely good price when we can see that it is paid 350 euros for 1 megawatt. So this is going to be a major uncertainty, and this is something which the economy is looking at. Mostly all of the contracts have been negotiated, and for the next year we are going to see this is going to be one of the key challenges. Another thing, which is additional question, admittedly, our member say this is second one. This is the pandemic, the supply chain, how much this can impact it. We can see this new virus has appeared in China as well. We know that China is the processing engine of the world, so there will certainly be a lot of uncertainties there. And I think it seems to me that what central banker says, that inflation is transitory thing, I think they're giving up on this kind of language. These are the uncertainties, for sure, that are the most important for our members. Thank you. Mr. Savashek, how do you see the next year in Serbia and the region, your forecast? Have there been some companies that reacted better, faster, digitalization, etc.?
A bit back to the previous speakers, because I think it was a very interesting debate. First of all, of Mr. Stokic, he said that education is one of the key issues, and I completely agree here. If you look at the enterprise survey, only around a third of companies in Western Balkans offered formal training to their employees, and this is something, we can see the government policy is going into the right direction, but at the same time also the private sector needs to respond. And a very similar notion goes to what Mr. Landsman said about the infrastructure. We also see that the infrastructure, and particularly actually in Serbia, is really worn out, and luckily, I have to say, it seems that the EIB, EBRD, World Bank are going to still have a lot of business here, which we are happy with. But again, crowding in the private sector is going to be, again, a very important thing. I would also I would to a large extent agree with Mr. Petrovic regarding the macroeconomic challenges. I would just like to say that I fully agree that the fiscal consolidation before this crisis helped a lot. Nevertheless, also Serbia is at a bit lower economic development compared to, let's say, GDP per capita. So, now in the sense that recovery is here, probably some fiscal buffers will need to be built also going forward. Now, which companies were tackling the crisis the best? I'm not going to surprise you if I tell you that the ones that were more digitalized before the pandemic, the ones that were investing more in their employees, the ones that had higher productivity, the ones that had better managerial quality, all these companies weathered the pandemic better in terms of loss of sales, in terms of bankruptcies, in terms of whatever indicator you look at, for example, with the survey. But what is coming out with this research that we are now conducting with the IMF and the EBRD, and again, this is for a wider region, it's not only for Serbia and the Western Balkans, but much broader, is that they also speeded up digitalization and other managerial practices even more. You know, so not only that they did better compared to other companies, they even speeded up this much above the averages of less productive and worse managed companies. Which from the macroeconomic perspective, obviously it means that the gap between the winners and the laggards is going to increase more likely. And I think this is going to be also one of the major things for the economic policy, whom to support going forward. You know, are we going to go to support the winners further? Are we going to try to basically address this gap that is coming on, or should we support the ones that were really maybe hit by some specific factors? And all these kind of things are basically now coming into play. And I'm sure that we are going to have also as economists a very interesting year ahead of us, like already other speakers said before.
Hvala. Gospodine Markiđan, nemamo više. Ok. Kaže da nemamo više vremena, evo to...
It seems the time is up. This was it. We had also a virtual poll, yes. Can I see the results? In the future, Serbia should rely more on the investments from the US and the EU. So 76.5%, China and Russia 8.8%, other countries 5.9%. The EU and the US as countries we should rely on more and collaborate more in terms of investment. Maybe someone would like to comment on this poll. Yes, I like these results. I have to admit, Serbia, in the heart of Europe, we're not in Asia or in Africa. So for us, the key partner is the EU. Of course, the US, politically and economically, 2/3 of exports go to Europe. We are on the path towards the EU. It's great that after 2 years of stagnation, something is happening. We opened a cluster, so I'm welcoming these results. Thank you.
Bornier, me too. I think that here this is really, I'm very impressed because usually these surveys in Serbia do not deliver the same results. I think that's a path Serbia should go. Europe is very pleased, if I can say. We feel you are European, and we feel we are in Europe, and we feel this is the opportunity to really change and become integrated. And Italy is in the forefront for that, but not only Italy.
Thank you very much.
No, I would just like to say that I'm also super happy to see this and we stay with you.
Drago mi je što se oni koji su učestvovali u anketi...
I'm glad that you agree with the conclusions on our second panel. Thank you, you and your participants. Of course, we can have an applause. I will ask you now to, well, leave the desk, and before moving on to the next presentation, I want to ask our colleagues to see the video link of video spot of Telecom Serbia. I would like to ask you to continue. We have to, well, continue with our program. It is a pleasure to present to you Natalie Davić, Director of the Directorate for Strategy and Digital of Telecom Serbia, and the case study Digital Ecosystems Through Innovation and Partnerships. Next 15 minutes, you have the floor.
Okay. Rekao kad sam već?
Zadovoljstvo mi je da budem ovde. Hvala organizatoru.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organizer and everybody who is listening to us. I will try to warn myself of the time. I think that we've had an excellent panel, the previous one, that has given a very good introduction into my presentation. I'm not going to give you some major case study, but rather about how we at Telecom Serbia see the future. So what we need to do in order to get ready for the future, to help the whole society, if you like, in this digital transformation that we are that was talked about in the previous panel, and all the challenges brought today by the new times require a new approach to the business. You've heard about many challenges that accompany any kind of business, whether this is a product or a service-based business. We have major pressures of the owners who are asking for more profitability. We have pressure from the users who want better quality, better user experience. They expect new services. They expect to be given services right away. They have less tolerance in terms of time. We have a major pressure from the new technologies and new knowledge that it is so fast in the world that neither the individuals nor companies can go head in hand with these knowledge. In order to be able to apply these technologies, it is necessary to think of new ways of work, how to attract the new knowledge, how to retain the young people, how to create conditions for them to stay in Serbia and to do their businesses here. And we should certainly not neglect the global impacts. The biggest one is obviously now the pandemic that we've had for 2 years now. And it has done a serious disrupt of the entire life, not only the business, but all aspects of our lives. And all of this required a new approach to the business dealing. Yeah, sorry, I'm not. So these are the different impacts that we face, and we have to think of a new way. What we've done at Telecom and why we believe that the building of digital ecosystems is the right response to these challenges of the digital era. What is it that we think of digital ecosystem? This is the interconnected platforms, applications, devices, partners, the different stakeholders into an ecosystem that allows the communication through different digital platforms, the communication between users and platform holders, let's say, where services are provided faster while taking into consideration the regulations, the new trends, not only the technological ones, but also the legislative one, because with the digital transformation that we have the government pushing through this digital transition and a myriad of new regulations that cover this. That also involves the platform service networks that is necessary for the communication. During pandemic, we've seen how critical this infrastructure is, and without communication infrastructure, we cannot live or work or get educated. These are all these elements. When you put all of these different elements together, this is an ecosystem. But it does require a central point that brings together all players. And why is it important to build the ecosystem? Because in this way, we can bring new technologies faster to the users, to the end users. We can work on the efficiency and the improvement of business processes. We can create through numerous data that are going to be collected through the ecosystem. So we can create new income sources. So telecom sees digital ecosystem as a way to respond to the needs for digital transformation, both of the industry and the society at large. And we are a partner in this, both to the state and to the private sector. And right now we have recognized 6 major segments in which this transformation is taking place, where we have certain activities. The first one is that we provide professional services to companies where they need it, using our experience and the technologies that we have already mastered. Then we talk about the digitalization of SMEs, their businesses, how to help them to fully digitalize their businesses. Then the application of Internet Things, of IoT, the intelligent automation of business processes, how to enhance the business dealings. We've heard an example from agriculture. This year was not as good. Hopefully next one will be better. That one of the ways for this agriculture to be better, to manage our resources in a better way, let's say, perhaps to use technologies in these processes. And the Internet of Things really gives us major opportunities how to improve things to ensure higher yields with minimal additional costs. The fourth segment are smart cities that we have been talking about. We don't have a lot of application there, but I truly believe that in the next few years there's going to be an explosion of different cases of the use and application of the IoT and some other technologies in smart cities precisely in order to enhance the quality of the life of the citizens. The fifth segment that we see is IT security, which is more and more critical as we have more digital technologies, more devices that are interconnected. This is also the segment, the segment of IT security is more important, and we see a very important segment of digital transformation. And the last one, which is just at the very start, is the whole segment of private networks for industrial complexes. But I would also like to say everything that comes with 5G, everything that 5G is going to bring to the industry for the critical systems, through more through flow, through the quality of services, which you cannot have now. With 5G, this will be possible. So this is a segment of a new generation that is going to come with 5G, and this is the sixth pillar, which telecom sees as an important, where telecom is a partner, all of you. Since there is little time, I'm going to focus and to clarify 2 ecosystems. The first one is digital direction.
If you look at this pyramid, we have telecommunication services at the bottom, what we all need. What was the evolution? How did we come to this path? We started with the services, building some main services from the domains of data centers, infrastructures, services, then services concerning IT security, antivirus programs,
backup and recovery, even as elements for sustainable business. But as things developed, we understood that it was necessary for business to be observed outside of the traditional ICT services. We made a platform for cooperation of partners offering different services, and of course clients needing these services, because we saw that a large number of different services was actually required, offered to SMEs, which are not from the domain of telecommunication, or telecom believes it can develop them on its own, but we have partners with which we rely and connect, and we have this cloud platform linking together suppliers and SMEs. And currently there is a large number of solutions, and maybe just mention the last 2 or 3 in the last month. E-fiscalization, which is in accordance with the Serbian regulations. Also e-invoice coming into force from May the 1st. Then a solution for staff personnel management. We have other also business management solutions, so a small company can come to one place, select, put in a box all the solutions they need for their business, and to raise fundamentally their business in a short time. And the whole process is automated, which helps those our partners that need to come find beneficiaries and users and to charge for them. So Telecom is a good position to be partner to all these companies. This is a big ecosystem we are building. The other large ecosystem is the IoT. The domains of applying it are huge: agriculture, smart cities. I believe that the first and biggest influence will be in remote measuring of gas measure, electricity consumption management through smart metering, transportation, logistics, not only for monitoring packages, but also to, well, secure them. So IoT has a huge scope of application. Telecom is, well, at the foundation of this ecosystem. It has networks through which all these devices that should be linked can communicate. In addition to mobile networks and 5G in the future, we have the LoRa network, specialized for IoT devices that require low consumption. We will also have a new network on 4G. So we offer a wide array of technologies that are relevant for linking devices, and this is what Telecom can offer. We have an IoT platform through which the entire communication is going, and is aimed at safe communication and managing all these devices. This is one of the segments, and as you can see, in IoT ecosystem we have the producers of sensors, devices, applications. Clients are important, that are at the focus, that have to transform their business solutions in order to apply new technologies. So we need to make a partner system and to, well, have efficient management. Of course, this is not only on paper. Often people think that nothing is happening, and Telecom has had this solution for 3 years. We defined the business problem. We found a partner that helped us make a device, an industrial IoT device that can support all time weather conditions, sorry, of our partners for applications. We implemented the whole process, and we have major savings in the whole process of protecting our cable infrastructure. This is one of a small example, conceptual example, as to how we must serve this value chain together in order to implement all this. And this is the future, and we have major capabilities. This is shown by all the trends. If you look at the neighboring countries, there are many more implementations of IoT solutions and smart cities, so I think that we need to speed up things. You can see our partners, of course. These are not all partners. Telecom has more partners, maybe some of these that worked with us in the previous period. I want to invite them to come to good ideas. I would like to emphasize that the partners are important, and the startup community and the academic community are very important, where we want to create the conditions to have good projects, to keep young people to come to work in telecom, and through our venture fund to finance some good ideas of good startups, and I hope that we will manage to raise our economy and that things will be better. Thank you.
Hvala Natali Delić na
Thank you, Natalie Delić, for this fantastic presentation. Now, before the next case study, let me invite you to see together a video spot by the company Exacta. Here from company Exacta, we have Nenad Tešić, who is a partner, and he is going to present to us the presentation, the localization of the Serbian economy. And now you have next 15 minutes. Please, Mr. Tešić, take the floor. Thank you. First of all, I would like to wish you a good afternoon. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing for getting this opportunity to present our study today. So we are going to go through this study, the localization of the Serbian economy, which we have published, but we're going to go through it briefly. Exacta, as advisory, as a team, in addition to investing into its own people, we invest a lot into the education of the market through, in the form of these studies, like this study that we are talking about, localization of the Serbian economy. Why now? And how come that this study has been implemented? The study before you is the fruit of an internet discussion in our work with our clients. And this is something that comes from the deep work that we have been doing. We have tried within this study to show the direction which we see as the right one, the fair one. We believe that the Republic of Serbia is at a historic crossing point where it is necessary to come up with the right and just decision. The first one is the localization of the Serbian economy. Why? Where to start from? We will try to explain this, and we do not expect to come up with the ultimate solutions, but rather we want to give certain ideas about the main directions of the action. Today we're going to go through several things, primarily where the world is and where we are, where we would like to be, how we can get there. We're going to go through an analysis of global trends, the disturbances in the economy, Serbian trends. We will see briefly what is happening with the GDP at the global level, the inflation trends, etc. In the second part, we are going to move to local trends, what our economic indicators are, what our other indicators are. And in the third segment,
kroz alate za rast srpske privrede I smatram
and we believe that we are going to suggest the line of activities that should be taken.
Analizu tržišta, pogledat ćemo šta je lokalizacija, kakav je plan aktivnosti. Pokazat ćemo vam jedan dobar primjer uspešno.
So this is all important for the successful localization of the Serbian economy. Is it possible that localization replaces the trend of globalization? We have been talking about this global for that pandemic has caused and led to a disturbance where globalization first became a negative trend, and therefore the localization was a must in all the countries, if you like. As far as pandemic is concerned, whether it had the negative impact, yes, it did have, and our study has shown how the globalization or the pandemic had impacted Serbia. You will see that Serbia is taking up the 9th place. 9th place. Here you will see a brief overview about the number of vaccinated. So here we are going at 45.7% of vaccinated. So the impact of globalization has been reduced by the pandemic, and we could see in all of the economies of the world. You can see the impact of the changes in the structure of impact export, and this has accommodated to the local needs. The assessment is that in 2022 this is going to go back to the expectations from the previous periods as far as retail and business community are concerned. We are going to have the changes there, and there will be an inflation growth. As far as the inflation is concerned, we can see the trend between the developed and the developing countries, the prices of commodities in the global level, and you will see it was logical that these figures would be, let's say, comparable. Whether Serbia can take advantage of this crossroad, is it the moment for us to follow the global trends and to move into the localization of the Serbian economy? And what are the stakeholders for something like this to take place? We have recognized some 20 historical facts or moments where we believe that Serbia is a country with very rich history. Very often we were in a position to take important strategic decisions, and we have listed some 21. From Berlin Congress, Niš Declaration in 1914, the March coup d'etat, NATO bombing, and the global financial crisis in 2009. We believe that we are again facing a crossroad, and we believe that Serbia must take a strategic decision, taking into consideration the situation ahead of us, and we must analyze them well. The analysis of the Serbian market was done, and we did this analysis through 3 dimensions, through demographic indicators, the indicators of prosperity, and economic indicators, of course. The population structure and the declining trend in the number of inhabitants, we can see that in this period of 3 years,
the population in Serbia shrink by 1%. Also from the economic standpoint, which has the biggest consequences on our economy, is that the number of people in the working population from 21 to 40 is shrinking, 130,000 people per year. And the most numerous population group is 61 to 70. Population shrinkage in the state is correlated to the economic development of the state.
Zatim smo se bavili trendom rasta plata, ali ono što mi smo želi ovdje pokažemo jeste da sam trend rasta plata u
The trend of salaries in Serbia, there is no major disparity between private and public sector. Salaries in the public sector grow more quickly than in the private sector, which points to insufficiently quick development of the economy. Serbia has a decreasing rate of unemployment from 2013. Another segment that we looked at was migrations within Serbia proper. We looked at the regions, and as we have assumed, we have this trend that the Belgrade region and that of Vojvodina is expanding, while the regions of East and South Serbia, Šumadija, Western Serbia are shrinking. We cannot stop migrations, we know that, but we can slow it down by economic measures. Regarding the magnitude of prosperity, we tackled the prosperity index, personal freedom, governance, investment environment, quality investments, healthcare, and we will just say that after this analysis, you have an overall delta for 10 years. Serbia has a positive 12 plus index points. We put here some countries that seemed interesting to us for our analysis. we believe that we have a good index, good prosperity in this part. This analysis is extremely positive. And GDP, we have been listening about GDP, real GDP, and its development, fluctuations. A small fall of GDP is explained to different aspects that we want to increase, and due to certain measures and structures of GDP, Serbia has had one of the least declines of real GDP in the pandemic. Trend of growth of trade deficit should be slowed down. What we can see is that we have a trend of the growth of deficit, and we say that Serbia has potential to improve its exports with changed focus on IT industry and developing IT products and reducing the outsourcing of these services. Simply, we should work to have deficit instead of sufficit. This is something that we analyzed, and also we have heard from previous moderators and speakers. We have a trend of the movement of inflation. We will see a peak which happened between 2020-2021. We need to go back to projected inflation. As for monetary strategy, we have heard Mr. Petrović. He explained in more detail what is monetary strategy, and we will just say that we acknowledge the fact that in the last decade, the referential interest rate was reduced by 10.5 points. Such monetary policy by the MBS has reduced the overall interest rates, and it was, well, improved by the fact that the economy felt the biggest benefits. But we also want to stress that if the inflation rate continues to grow, the referential rate will rise, and this will be a projection of the bank that will be done, and by that we will come to certain negative consequences in the environment of the economy, and also the interest rates will grow. As for the data analyzed that we presented here, FDIs well, we showed the FDIs in Serbia in the last, well, since 2012. Foreign investments have their, well, shortages, advantages and disadvantages. So new technologies, developing economy, reducing unemployment, but negative consequences. Strategic industries should not strive for FDIs. Also, we believe that a high level of FDIs shows that we have cheap labor, which we shouldn't strive for, and we have felt in other economies that there is a major dependence on FDIs. This is not good for any country, especially in such situations such as the pandemic. With the analysis we shared with you today, we can say that we have positive and negative trends currently. On these crossroads, positive trends are high human development, GDP growth, low referential interest rates, positive growth for service import. As for negative trends, poor age structure, migration, growth of trade deficit in goods, etc. What is localization? The topic of our study, we said the localization is a process of strategic channeling of the economy towards developing local business, which has certain benefits that we want to emphasize, such as competitivity, technological developments,
investment environment for domestic investors, and regulating the brain drain, addressing the brain drain in Serbia. Successful implementation of localization is possible only in a structured way, and if the participation in localization is taken part by all stakeholders. Stakeholders are not just Serbia, but all participants in the economy of Serbia. We did an analysis in our study of certain industries and compared them to the current trend of the growth in the region and where are these industries today. ICT is media.
Nešto što smo mi rekli da su ključni segmenti za lokalizaciju.
So these are key segments for localization, and we do focus on developing micro, small, and medium enterprises, and we will explain why we believe it is necessary. Activity plan for work of local economy. We showed that this should be done through the business environment, and this would be the systemic plan of this study. When we say business environment, we mean legal framework, efficiency public administration, support to the economy, sources of financing, often mentioned, of course, human capital, competition, consumers, public awareness, etc., raising, etc. We analyzed also whether we have some good examples of localization, as you can hear and see now. Qatar has successfully implemented localization, identified its weaknesses in regulations, and has had a positive implementation, changing regulations and efficient public administration, greater digital presence, and they ultimately implemented a successful localization. Germany has done localization towards SMEs and micro companies. The main issue was the sources of and adequate sources of financing, and they did it as a key element in developing the economy. And localization was dealt with auto financing. In the UK, they identified clusters as the most important for localization. They improve connectivity, cooperation between education clusters, addressing the infrastructure challenges, and improve the systems for encouraging innovation.
We believe, on behalf of our team, that the localization should be developed in the form of the national plan for the transformation of economy, and that it should be implemented using the methodology proposed by our part. This could be done through the Ministry of Trade and a new coordination body that would be defined in order to deal with localization. I said that I'm going to share with you a good practical example of localization. Exacta, our company, is a good example of localization because we have managed to be the fastest growing consulting company, although there is important global competition that we see on a daily basis, and we at Exacta are very proud of. We are comprised of national team. As you can see here, I'm going to say that this is a combination of youth and experience. The average is 32 years. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tešić. Now we are continuing with the panel. Now this is panel number 3. I would like to invite the panelists to join me here on the podium while we are watching the film intro video.
Got to restore confidence. If we don't stop the bleeding, in 3 days, half the banks in this room are out of business. In 5 days, we're all gone.
You men realize what you've done here? You are asking for the biggest bailout in the history of this country. You're talking nationalization, Breton. Socialism. I have fought it all my life.
And if we don't get it, Bill, there won't be any history. Music stops. Ball's over.
Julie.
1929. It'll get worse now because it'll go faster. Money markets will dry up round the world by the end of the week. ATMs will stop spitting bills. Federal deposit insurance will collapse. Banks will close. Mobs panic. It's going to be the end of the world, Bill. See?
Neki od vas su prepoznali
Some of you have recognized an insert from Wall Street, the entire dilemma, how much the state should interfere into the economic trends, and it's been present in the last 2 years, eaten by the corona. Whether it will be the end of the world if the states did not interfere. Well, about these the topics, we are going to hear from the panelists. Here we have Dragana Korica. She is going to be moderator. So we have agreed that I'm going to present the panelists. If I don't pronounce somebody's name well, please apologize. Stylianos Tsokturidis, sorry. Dušica Gaković, Jovana Cvetković, Tijana Koprivica, and Aleksandar Angelović. So please take the floor. Up to 50 minutes duration. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you and greet our panelists and the courageous guests who have stayed until the last panels here today. And I can feel the note of acceleration. So let me start. From the perspective of today's news about the opening of Cluster 4, the Green Agenda, that has been mentioned several times today by the previous speakers. You know, they emphasize how important it is, and also about the chapter 1527. We can start today's topic, and this is what after 2021. Starting from the binding steps within the scope of the negotiations, EU negotiations, and also through the prism of social responsibility of all of us. Energy, decarbonization, the resource efficiency and circular economy, biodiversity, they are part of the green agenda, directly correlated with the construction sector that brings us all together here. We have already heard who the panelists are. The only person not directly from the construction is the representative of GIF, but we are based on two facts that we all come from the same sector. The construction sector are one of the most influential when it comes to the environment. I think that you all know that in the EU, 1/3 of emission and energy consumption and raw materials extraction accounts for 1/3, water consumption included. On the other hand, we have the fact that 18 million jobs exist in this sector. This as far as Europe is concerned, and the facts about the impact. Another thing that is important for today's panel, the construction sector in Serbia has shown as a resilient and reliable industry. And we are the last panel, so somehow construction has helped the rebuilding of our country. When we consider the values of the works that have been carried out, almost half of them are in the construction sector. And precisely because of this share, of this percentage of the share, we have this transformation in the field of sustainable can give specific contribution if we consider the green agenda of our country. The goal of the panel is to see whether whether in our market things are done in line with the green agenda and what the plans for the future are. What are the initiatives are intensified in this regard, and is there economic justification in some of the moves, and how does it reflect on the community and the society at large? In order to be able to answer to the question, what after 2021, we have to start from where we are now and what our experiences are. Mr. Stylianos, Alumil is one of the first in a chain when we look at building from this life cycle. What is important for the agenda of your company?
Indeed, in Alumil, we have more than 32 years of experience in innovation and creativity, and we take environment really seriously. So we have developed as a part of our policy, social responsibility policy, a green culture that is starting from the production processes, ending up to the design of the product itself. So what we have done, like Mrs. Dragana just said, we have developed this circular economy model, meaning that we have heavily invested in a foundry and in one metal segregation line, very sophisticated. So we buy end-of-life aluminium scrap, we recover aluminium, we remelt it, and we are producing our billets, which is in a later stage used to produce our profiles. What we can achieve in this way is, first of all, we need only 5% of the energy that is required to produce primary aluminium, which is produced out of alumina, and alumina is produced out of bauxite, which is producing a red dust. This is a very toxic waste. So in this way, not only we manage to save huge amount of energy, but also eliminate this toxic waste. We produce more than 60% of our products with billets that have this green certificate. What else we have done is we have been investing in our equipment, and we have eliminated the use of fossil fuel, replacing it with greener sources of energy, like natural gas and electric power. Therefore, we have reduced significantly the carbon fiber footprint of our production processes. Also, we have installed these smart energy management systems in our production lines to reduce energy consumption itself. Following the regulations, the international regulations, we eliminated completely heavy metals from our chemical processes. and also have invested heavily in wastewater treatment plants in order to neutralize our liquid waste and make the water we are dispatching completely safe. Now, regarding our products,
što se tiče naših
move even forward, so our R&D team continuously studies and applies new technologies in the design of our systems in order to improve their energy efficiency. We all know that around 40% of the energy we are consuming, either for heating or cooling of our buildings, is lost through the openings. So our energy efficient systems can eliminate the energy losses. Another green product we have developed is the solar pivot tracker system. This is a self-actuated aluminium structure that is following the movement of the sun throughout the day by copying astrological maps of the area, and therefore it is increasing the efficiency of the solar panels by 25%. Finally, as a member of Serbian Green Building Council, we continuously work to increase awareness of consumers regarding the minimizing of energy consumption in their buildings. Thank you.
Hvala i na tome što ste nas spomenuli da ste član Saveta Zelene gradnje.
Thank you, of course. Thank you for mentioning that you are a member of the Green Council. The fact is that you really observe both through production and the product and the plans for the future, although in the previous case study we have heard that globalization is an issue. We all know that we are mentioning emitting CO2, the product, but also there is built-in CO2 that will have a key role in the, going forward as an influential element, and what you are already doing in the process of production with products, but also with production is very important because it will well be an important item. Thank you. Joana, Embassy Properties and is an investor and owner in the commercial sector, is planning on long term. For us, what is extremely important is the life cycle of the building. What is your local experience? We know that you opt for certification and certificate. What is required and what are the advantages of the certificate? As you said, we are also a member of this Green Building Council, and we are very proud of it. MFC Properties, as leaders, we're into development building, and we manage our facilities and maintain them. In green building, we have to implement all postulates from the concept to planning, design, and exploitation. By applying these principles, we have major investors, but long term they are quite rentable. Finally, you achieve very substantial savings. The point being that you address the whole life cycle of the building, and you choose the right equipment, the way of building, the way you project system. You ultimately make savings in energy exploitation, cooling, heating, water consumption, waste control, CO2 emissions, energy efficiency, and you have less space with more space with less energy spent. I can say that in our company we got the right certificates. We have office space that was certified, and we like to be pioneers and to make things which are unheard of so far on the market. So we have used an integrated system of natural ventilation in the facade, which enables fresh air inflow and natural ventilation of each floor, which, well, makes stay comfortable and more healthy. Also, we used plants, and we have this mixed use, which is completely unique, and it is different in a green way. As for the Navigator business complex, we have this LEED Gold certificate we are proud of. I will mention it. It's a good project, Navigator, because we reduced the cost to the minimum, which is quite beneficial for our customers, and we have made our facilities sustainable. We use efficient VRV systems, cooling, heating, saving energy. We have an efficient layer, the facade of the building, a great solar coefficient, and the building well, has efficient heating. We reduce CO2 emissions. Also, glass surfaces, very comfortable. We use recycled materials. We have a solar plant on the roof. We use energy for hot water, for bathrooms, restaurants. So we have improved everything that was possible to have sustainable green building. Also, we have this Ušće shopping center. So we are trying to leave our mark in retail. In 2014, we received yet another certificate. This is the first shopping mall in the region that has this type of certificate. I think it was the right thing. It paid off in the long run. Currently, we have two strategic projects. Both retail and office, we do it. Also, we do the certification. And it seems to us it will be very useful. We are finishing it, covering both Ušće, Navigator, Mercator, Bell Shopping Center. The principle being that we are focusing on the health of people, environment, water and air quality, communication, innovation, the well-being and health of the users of our space. This certificate is extremely important, especially in view of the pandemic. And last but not least, Ušće Go Green, a strategic project where we are trying to apply all the postulates, the principles, to work on a comprehensive project in the Ušće shopping mall with a green roof, using rainwater for irrigation, urban garden, a solar power plant also, composting and recycling machine. We're planning on it for next year.
Aplauz je zaista zaslužila ovako. Vi ste naveli sve ekološke aspekte koje ste, da kažem, implementirali. Aspekte zelene i principe zelene gradnje, koje su kapa svih, da kažem, nama već i struci poznatih principa, bilo da je to pasivan pristup, bilo da su obnovljive izvore energije, energetska efikasnost, komfori koji su jako važni vama u komercijalnom sektoru, ali verujem da sve to ipak ste radili sa ekonomskim razlogom.
Naravno.
Znači, sigurno se pojavila i potražnja za takvim prostorom, a vama je isplativo. To je ono što sam htela da na neki način samo podvučemo, taj odnos ekonomskog i ekološkog balansa postoji.
Naravno, svaka investicija jesu u startu, da kažem, postoje investicije koje su za nijansu veće, naravno, morate da vodite o svim parametrima računa mnogo više i pedantnije, kažem, sistematičnije nego što bi to bio slučaj u suprotnom. Međutim, vama se dugoročno to višestruko isplati, jer su ogromne uštede. Znači, veliki energenti, ogromne su uštede i u, kao što sam rekla, potrošnje električne energije, toplotne, za grejanje i za hlađenje. Konkretno isto imali smo u navigatoru gradnjom perlatora iz posebnih ovih slavina, imamo potrošnju protoka vode umesto 6, 1,6 je u stvari litara po minuti, što su ogromne uštede. Izgradnjom solarnih panela i solarnih elektrana dobije se velike uštede u energiji, u električnoj energiji takođe. Solarni faktor dodatno, ukoliko su fasade pravovremeno i dobro isprojektovanje, isto mnogo znači za grevanje objekta. Prirodna ventilacija u kuli takođe vam pravi prirodne provetravanje. To su sve ogromne uštede posle faze eksploatacije. I što duži životni veka, naravno, u komercijalnim objektima pravimo ove povratne investicije dugoročno, to su velike uštede. I višestruko se isplati. Aha, izvinite, ja gledam u... Aha, izvinite, ja sam...
Sve ste lepo rekli, ali ja verujem da i društveno su, da kažem, osetit će se u smislu samog umanjenja emisije GHG gasova, unapređenje biodiverziteta. Meni je uvek slatka priča koju pomenete da ste kod Ušće kule 2 snimili, imate fotografiju fazana. Znači, ali i opet ako kažemo biodiverzitet, znači vraćaju se neki insekti, pčela i tako dalje, što smo stvarno zanemarili kao vrsta koja je negativno uticala na ostale i u tom čak delu ima neke uštede, jer jasno je prvo i ekološki parametar u tome da imate autohtone vrste koje su otpornije, ne zahtevaju toliko zalivanja, ne treba voda se, da kažem, pijaća voda se ne koristi, znači tu su uštede, energija održavanja, pa čak i broj zaposlenih ne zahteva toliko. Znači sve se može kroz taj ekološki aspekt prebaciti da, odnosno naći se i ekonomska opravdanost.
Apsolutno, ne da je opravdanost, nego naprotiv, baš je u stvari treba ići u tom pravcu, to je naša budućnost.
Da. Razmotrili smo ovaj komercijalni aspekt, hvala Jovana. Prešla bih sad na ovaj drugi deka, inženjering, Dušice. Vi ste investitor koji gradi za stambeno tržište i za razliku od prethodnog koji ostaje u vlasništvu, vi da kažem, ne ostajete, već te potencijalne benefite prenosite na buduće vlasnike, jel? Ono što jeste, što mi kao Savet zelene gradnje na neki način pratimo, da ne postoji interesovanje kod klijenata zainteresovanih za stambeni fond ka nekoj održivosti, ne postoji svest. Međutim, verujem da ste sigurno neke od principa zelene gradnje, makar u oblasti komfora, vi samoinicijativno uveli i sproveli, pa makar i to bilo pod parolom kvalitetne gradnje. Jel biste nam rekli šta od toga ste uspeli, šta se prepoznaje, postoje li koji
whether there is ratio between the capabilities to implement something and the hurdles you encounter. The vision of DECA Engineering when we started in 2014 was to offer to the residential construction segment a higher comfort of living in the flats we are building. In 2014, we had a very specific situation in the market. There were a lot of unsold, newly built and unmoved-in flats, and investors simply withdrew. The dominant one, they withdrew from the market. So we entered this project of a large complex in Novi Beograd. Within the blocks, we called it A block, with an idea that this is the first, the best quality block. And 7 years later, we have succeeded in that. This is a sustainable project with an excellent marketing as a successful project. with very content buyers who live there and who want to sell their flats and to move on. They can certainly reach a higher price than what, when selling, than what they paid when they first bought the flat. So this is an excellent advertisement for us. We continued to be active in this segment, but what was of key importance for the investments for the beginning of the A block was that we decided to offer something new, something different in comparison to what was present in the investments before. This is the good quality and environmentally friendly materials. I told you in the phone conversation we had, we were thinking to do the certification for the first segment of the 8 block, where in 2014 we would be the first large project of this kind in Europe that got certified as green construction. We gave up because we realized that we will certainly build ecological materials in, and that was primary to the potential buyers, and the certification as such, they don't understand is a major benefit. This was 7 years ago. We don't know whether, we can't say that the market is not changing, and I don't know whether we could start now for the new projects. But what is certain is that in the last 10 years, the situation in Belgrade has significantly changed in terms of what the buyers of flats want and recognize. They recognize much more now what is good quality construction and how they can differentiate it from the less, lower quality construction. So we have succeeded in a way in educating the market in terms of, let's say, special facade, how much it saves in the future use of the flat. We have succeeded in understanding or to instruct the market how noise insulation is important, and people ask, what do you use as far as materials are concerned? The importance of aluminum or all other finishing, joinery, both in terms of the sound and heat or thermal insulation.
To je da mi kao investitor, s obzirom da smo A blok koji ima 140.000 kvadrata gradili iz 4 građevinske faze, a to je da smo iz faze u fazu povećavali kvalitet gradnje ili eventualno dopunjavali naše projekte sa određenim inovacijama. I u tom nekom smislu uvodili smo inovacije kao što je, na primjer, aluminijumska stolarija koja zadovoljava sve moguće estetske kriterijume u smislu da ima što više stakla, što više slobodnih staklenih površina. Znači imamo profil od 6 cm širine koji je praktično profil duplog prozora.
A double window, actually, satisfying all other performances that are very important in terms of the way it functions and saves energy and temperature in this flat. On the other hand, what we introduced as an innovation in Novi Dorčol is the smart flat. We are the first investor in Belgrade. These were investments, there were investments on certain small buildings, but on such a large scale, it entailed us having, educated our users what they can do with their smart homes, how the system is used, how it can enable them to make major savings in the exploitation, so in the use of their apartment, whether they live in it or they rent it actually, so they can control remotely heating, cooling, even to lower the curtains, which is quite useful in the summer when we want to protect ourselves from external temperatures, so we can cool them less when you come back from work. We can close central valve for water remotely. So there is a basic package of the smart home that we installed for our buyers, and they can, of course, upgrade it. And this is yet another step towards we would call in sustainable projects or EE buildings. What we really care about is that all the materials that are installed are completely environmentally sound. You know that we had investments in Belgrade that were so-called stinky buildings. And in that context, the construction industry today takes care about the material used, even those that are not the finishing, that are not visible. Also, what we also recognize as the need of the market, this is that we have green roofs. Life in the city is per se, since there are a lot of cars, pollution, so it's quite challenging. And the need for clean air is what is the primary need of in the future. So the green surfaces, flats with gardens, terraces with gardens, roofs, green roofs, this is what we insisted on. We had a situation there that we built a building. We were very proud a couple of years ago at the third stage of the A block, where we made some gardens in floors, greenery that was autonomous, but it required a certain care by the tenants. And then after a couple of months, it was quite, well, it decayed because, and then we gave up to replicate the Porto Nuovo from Milan, just to go in sync with the habits of the tenants in Belgrade. It's not just about the needs, but about the habits. The habits of the customers is that they still prefer heating, traditional heating that on renewables, because they know it, they trust it, they understand the future costs and expenses. They don't understand how the green energy will be charged to them. Solar panels and renewables or probes using water energy, soil energy. This is difficult to understand by someone buying a home. Us as an investor, we cannot guarantee, of course, how this will look like in 20 or 30 years. And the flat is, well, typically purchased to live in it for decades. Also, we have been the first investor in Belgrade, developer in a residential building that introduced more parking spaces with electrical charging. Well, the meetings we had in the electrical grid company, they told us we cannot approve this design with 40 electrical chargers in the cellar, in the garage of a building. IKEA has only 2, and we told them, well, we are making a building for the next century. Hence the number of parking spaces with charging. In 20 or 30 years in Belgrade, there will be many more electrical cars and cars in general. So if we have 750 parking spaces, we have 80 electrical charges. I think that is still insufficient. And but what consumers are accustomed to is that all electrical places cannot be sold at once. So we have to make this compromise as an investor. And this is to, well, to make an installation that tomorrow could, well, withstand this if someone would want to upgrade. So these are our contributions as investors. We strive for environmental materials, green, sustainable building, but there needs to be education and change of mentality and maybe greater presence in the media, greater coverage as to what new systems can bring, and maybe incentives.
Ima evo već nekih koji su finansijskog aspekta, da ne ulazimo sada u to, možda neki regulatorni podsticaj koji bi sigurno doprineo. Vi svakako implementirate principe zelene gradnje, sad ste nam ovako i slikovito ovako i naveli taksativno, iako ne idete na sertifikaciju, verovatno.
And probably there are some examples of good practice who could also help in turning this into a trend. Sometimes trends are generally beneficial and justifiable. I would say that you have really paid attention to that, although this will not going to be in your, you are not going to continue the owner of these residential units, but still you have helped the future owners to manage it well. One of the important elements is the health and benefit and well-being through these applied principles of comfort, of thermal, sound, and visual, Thank you very much. Continue with this kind of construction. The next, I would like to invite Tatjana from Delta Holding. You, as opposed to the previous panelists, you are specific because there are different sectors, and in all sectors you have some buildings that could be incorporated with our theme. So, in which way Delta's company is taking care of the environmental protection, and if you can take us briefly through your case about the Delta house that you have that has been certified. I would like to say here to our guests, when we mention these things, developed countries have even more needs for the certification, that this is only the proof for the quantification of your, on the side of the investor, your impact or the impact of the green principles. So this is not binding. We've heard the DECA engineering didn't go for the green certification, but did implement the principles. But Dušica, through Delta House, what actually confirms this? Well, company Delta Holding, as you know, is active in different businesses, and sustainability is the principle that we apply in all these fields. Sustainability, as we've heard from Jovana's presentation, is not only the environmental protection, but also the social aspects and the aspect which entails the management of the company, so that it provides support to these business principles. So environmental protection is just one segment that we respect. When it comes to energy efficiency, of course, which can mostly be seen when it comes to these in the construction and these new buildings within scope of Delta Holding, and we do it every year. We had the review of the energy efficiency at several sites, and the plan for the next year is to do 9 solar power plants. Furthermore, we manage waste with full responsibility when it comes to the proper selection of handling waste. We have Delta Pack, which does the waste management, not only for us, but also to other clients. We also provide consulting services in order to make sure that this whole segment is enhanced. Also, we take care of waters. What is very important is that our employees are regularly informed about how they can, in their daily business, they can contribute to the environmental protection. In all our offices, we have the instructions for recycling and for energy savings. We have also some channels where we share information about events and news so that people are fully aware of that, and they can also contribute to that, not only in their business life, but also in their private house. As far as Delta House is concerned, we have been applying alternative energy sources for years now. In 3 farms, we use biomass. And for instance, in our factory in Somber, we use waste, for instance, because this is a factory for the production of seed, maize. So we are using the maize waste. And we are thinking how we can additionally enhance the situation at the already existing sites. The Delta House is a new modern building, and we are very happy and proud that we are all now at the same venue in such a healthy and beautiful environment. During the construction, we used all the contemporary and environmental materials. With the construction, the structure is filled with recyclables that helped us save around 1,600 cubic meters of concrete, thus reducing the CO2 emission. The facade is also energy efficient, and there is also sound insulation and energy insulation, obviously. The airing, the air conditioning systems have 30% better parameters than, and this also helps with the savings of the electric energy and the CO2 emission. On the roof, we have solar panels. When it comes to the savings of water, all the taps are sensory ones, and we have the collectors for the runoff waters. The plants are all adjusted, or they're all selected because they use the minimum of water, and we have watering drop by drop. What is very important for all of us is the bipolar ionizers, so the air is really very pleasant, fresh, and clean against viruses and bacteria, and our building also has this certificate. Thank you very much. The organizer has selected the participants. Our goal is to set up an agenda. Whether the green agenda is applied in our country, by listening to you, we are already working in line with the green agenda, right? This is one side of the medal. The other one is green finances. Aleksandar, we are witnesses
kada je u pitanju energetska efikasnost i obnovljivi izvori energije, ovako po prvi put ove godine, i planovi koji se najavljuju da su još, da kažem, intenzivniji. Takođe imamo i komercijalnu stranu te priče. Globalno gledano pak je situacija da se finansijske institucije okreću tim nekim zelenim fondovima, zelenom
of green financing, and they move their plans and they provide, they need incentives for the green financing, and they move their plans and deadlines for a decade.
On the other hand, in Serbia, we have the situation of green bonds that are mentioned as an incentive for green projects and green construction. We recognize projects in terms of green building for such financing. So from GAF Leasing Serbia, the green transition needs this support of green investments. So what kind of efforts have we achieved in this direction? Thank you for this question. and I want to thank the organizer for inviting us. I want to thank the previous speakers for very interesting insights in terms of raising energy efficiency in the building industry. The goal of the GEF program is to help from the financial standpoint for the green transition to happen. This process has already started. The starting shot was already fired. Many started this race already. Some are preparing. And some, well, as if they haven't heard of it. We have a race with a very predictable end. The goals are in 2050, and the goals are globally set. We have these breaking points, the benchmarks, 2040, 2030, and when the emissions are expected to be reduced by 2030 by 50%, etc., in order to be, well, carbon neutral in 2050. Finances are very important in this agenda. It was recognized back on the Paris conference in 2015, confirmed of the COP26 in Glasgow. The role of finances is key. One of the key roles. We have the representatives of the corporate sector and big companies, but also economy, businesses. 99% of all companies is from the SME sector. The green transition of the overall economy requires a high degree of investment. These investments may hardly be generated from so-called regular revenues. So we are dependent of using everything that we have at our disposal, and thereby I mean the credit lines, the funds and different programs coming from international development institutions and banks. GEF Serbia Leasing is one of such initiatives. It's a credit line of the EIB for the financing of energy efficient equipment, for the financing of renewable energy sources projects, intended from the financing of energy measures in building industry. I can tell you for the GEF Leasing Serbia, it's the 20 million euros that were earmarked through a leasing company in Serbia. 19 million have been used, interestingly enough, where we speak about building. So 14 million was used through projects for the building sector, not only for home building, but for procuring equipment in the construction sector. You mentioned the aspect of economic cost effectiveness of investing in such equipment, and a conclusion in principle is that the first and basic motive of one company to invest in energy efficient equipment for the time being, because maybe it will evolve into regulatory requirement, is economic cost effectiveness. 20% of savings in energy savings have the same effect on the net profit as 5% of increase of revenues. You know how difficult it is to raise the revenues by 5%, but there are other measures of investments that have relative quick turnover period. Return on investment period, 3, 4, 5 years, especially in construction. This is something which encourages companies to invest in this kind of projects. On the other hand, regulations provide a good framework. We have a set of energy laws that opened a completely new market of renewables. Solar panels, solar energy is one of the most prevalent sources of energy. Technologies to be used with companies and also in households. You mentioned state subsidies, which go for the time being only to support citizens to install this technology. We hope that this support will be also towards the economy. This is something that, well, is promising, that we will catch step with this transition. Thank you. Green transition and the renewables that should be an incentive will most definitely be an important contribution, not only energy-wise, but also in terms of building resilience. Because if we have a building, for example, situation that we have in the last 2 days, how many people were left without power and energy, villages and towns in Serbia. Green building entails planning, reflection, design through the whole life cycle of the building. Also, we need to build resilience. This individuality acquired through the renewables is key in the previous couple of days.
Today, at the panel, it has been mentioned that decarbonization has been planned until 2050, and within that, I would like to mention that construction is the right address that can give its contribution. As a member of the council, we have already promoted advancing net zero commitment. This has been signed by 120 global companies in 28 cities, including Copenhagen, Paris, London, Tokyo, not to mention the others. So these are really serious cities, and there is a race about them, who is going to sign this commitment and who is going to be neutral. Our members are promoting the climate resilience and net zero on the one hand. On the other hand, also at the panel, we have mentioned the fourth industrial revolution, that the economy has its own demands, and this entails a database as a necessity. From this context, I would like to say that in Europe, from the aspect of the environment and impacts on that, it has been created by the European Commission the level of the joint indicators that is going to look at the ecological performances of a building during its cycle. I see that we have to complete this. Let me try to wrap this up, because I would like to actually ask the following question. This framework has been developed as the framework of the EU, and it is a bridge between ambitions of the EU Green Agreement and the professional reality in the construction sector industry. And it supports key initiatives such as the action plan, the circular economy, the recovery, and energy efficiency, and in order to give contribution to sustainable development. But the foundation of this policy that should be yet to become is focused on 6 key areas: the greenhouse gases efficiency, the efficiency of resources, water, health and well-being, and also the expense and the values. But let me emphasize throughout the entire lifespan. Why am I mentioning this? Because 22 national members of the European Green Network have been included in the pilot project concerning these levels, and their experience has shown that most of the European companies, I'm not going whether they're construction companies or production ones, major challenge was the application of these indicators. So I wanted to share this experience with you to facilitate the fact that we are all in the same pot, if you like, and to make it easier for you and to initiate this question, or to encourage also with what we can see as, or what you see as challenges, what your plans are linked to the environment. And so now we have to speed up. Yeah, so what are your plans?
Well, we have gone full circle. Investments are those that, well, as a corporation, we need to have return on investment. We need to make a good business plan and investment with. It's key to have key people, key experts, and to do good analysis. It's difficult to raise the awareness of people. You have to have good business models which will justify the investments long term. This is key. On these territories, unfortunately, this is not the case very often. But big companies, we do it already. But we need to change the mentality of people. Once the people apply these business models, the return on investments are great, but you need to invest in people. On your example, you felt it, you experienced it. We have great consultants also, which is also good. So the plans for turning towards sustainability, we have heard that you are ready for solar power plants. I think that this is the future, and that simply business partners expect it from us, that lessees, tenants, meaning expect it from us. These are international companies, and this is good for us because it reduces the costs of energy, electricity. So if these costs are cut, this is as if we raise our profits for 5%. I think that we have to think about this and to bear it in mind, and maybe SMEs currently cannot afford everything that we can do in construction, but I think with time it will be possible because the energy price is twice as high now than it was last year. So these solutions will probably pay off. Anyone else? The biggest challenge, in my opinion, is the quickness, the short time, actually, where we need to implement all this. The green agenda are the regulations in the EU. You cannot just choose what we see fit and implement a measure that we think is good for us or that has a good PR. The green agenda is the European law on climate. It is regulations consisting of 12 laws, I believe, very complex. Some provisions have been adopted, some haven't, are still under discussion. Only one regulation from this package is fit for 55, and this is the intention to reduce the emissions by 55% by 2030, carbon border and adjustment mechanism. this is a tax on CO2 emissions, and since 2026, it will impact certain industries. So, speaking about challenges, I believe that time is the biggest challenge, and we must urgently address this because, as I say, the race has already started, and it would not be good for us to be late. The green transition, economically speaking, is the fastest change in history that will happen. 20 or 30 years is nothing. And this is the time we have to adapt. Thank you. If I may add, the investments do not shun from innovation, renewables, but what is an absolute priority is for the project to be sustainable and to be able to pay it off. If there is no awareness of the final user, tenant, of office space, of a store, of buyer of apartment, if there is no awareness of these end users, we cannot do much as investors. So simultaneously, we must work on both. Thereby, I mean regulatory reforms and support that institutions in Serbia must provide to investors in terms of their extensions of capacity for understanding action and activity in terms of the green agenda, because when I will give you an example. When we speak with the electrical company that we have 700 parking spaces as a potential for 20 years with electrical connections. Someone buys a flat and they will buy a electric car in 10 years, and then they will understand they need a meter. And then they say you must have 1,000 square meters in the ground floor to put these meters in the future. So you have to invest in something that will happen in 15 years to give up 1,000 square meters or 3 million euros. So this is not realistic. There must be a coordinated action on all sides, meaning education of end users, then regulatory reform where we will us together to make a pool and participate, in making our country healthier.
So let me, I would like Mr. Stylianos to say something. You wanted to say something. Listen, yeah.
I must say that I can only agree with the rest of the panel. To change the future of environment, we have to change the mentality of people. Therefore, in Alumil, we have created green ambassador teams, which are educated and trained in green agenda. And they have a task to be increasing awareness of our staff, to be working with local societies on urban development areas, work on ecological agenda with scientists and other institutions. Also, our engineers work closely with architects and developers to promote EPD products. Also, we work with local institutions to educate and train young undergraduate engineers for the benefits they can achieve by applying energy-efficient products in the buildings. In our showroom, also physically train our individual customers, and we show them the benefits they can have for their buildings by saving energy. And as a company, and I believe all companies are doing it, we are committed to continuously reinvesting part of our profits in order to reduce our carbon dioxide footprint, energy consumption, and also improve the design of our products to be more energy efficient.
Hvala puno. Evo, ja sam želela da kažem da s jednom rečenicom.
Oh, thank you very much. I wanted to ask the question. No, we don't have the time. Are we on the right track? No. Well, no, we have a survey, a tablet, social media survey. I'm planning for my children to study, or are they already studying in some of the EU countries, 60 plus, say, in European Union, in Serbia 21.6%, in USA 13.7%, Russia or China 3.9%. So our respondents plan, or already their children are studying in the EU in a significant percentage. We should wonder about this, our state. And thank you very much to your panelists. Thank you.
Kako Srbiju, i svet u ovoj...
How is Serbia seen by economic analysts? Nebojša Katić. We have this video material. This is not ready. Just a second.
Dobar dan, dragi učesnici konferencije. Dobar dan, Nebojša. Ponovo nam je gost.
Hi, we have here Mr. Katić, not live, but by video link. Welcome, Nebojša. Yeah, thank you. Here we are again in December, one turbulent year behind us. So let me start with a couple of questions. I think you are the perfect person. This is something what you have often said in the last few years. You have been talking in the policy and, about quantitative easing. Now we have inflation, finally. It was surprised that it did not happen before. Now, with this post-pandemic crisis, what is going to happen in the future, since we have the bottlenecks? What do you think is going to happen? First of all, I'm worried. Today, we had data published for Serbia. The annual inflation was up 7.2%, the annual inflation. We are talking, this is unpleasant everywhere, throughout Europe, and everywhere in the Western Hemisphere. But what worries me both about inflation is the narrative that starts to explain far too simplistically what is happening. It is visible that there is an elephant in the room, and this is the printing of the money. The inflation is explained by factors that certainly impact this. But these factors are given much more weight than they should. And we should not explain this by these factors alone. Let me give you a small example. You are talking about a major jump in the transportation prices. But when this jump is divided onto the values that are being transported, not only the quantities but the values, then this jump can impact and cannot increase the price 7%, as they, for instance, or 6.8. It doesn't matter. In Europe, 5%. So it seems to me that we have a mechanism of hiding. And whenever you have a hiding mechanism, you have to wonder what is the reason for that. Why the monetary institutions keep convincing us that this is the cost-based inflation. In the last 40, 50 years, at least in theory, we had it that inflation is always the monetary phenomenon. The inflation is not caused by the increase in cost. This is always caused by over-printing of money. This was in my deep convention, completely wrong narrative. But now we are saying that everything from 2008, we are neglecting the fact that the money is being printed left and right. So if we ask ourselves why this is happening and why the central banks are again playing around with this inflation, this is going to pass. From 22, the situation is going to get normal. Everything is going to be fine. I think that this narrative is used only for the central banks to justify themselves and to try to postpone what is necessary. And this is the increase in interest rates and to try to postpone the reality check until the doomsday. So what is also interesting and is sort of passing unnoticed is that this inflation is the phenomenon of the West sphere. In Europe, the prices are jumping. In Latin America, the prices are jumping. But in the Far East and in Asia overall, all the prices are within the reasonable. There are no major fluctuations. I think that inflation in China is 2 or 3%, as opposed versus American ones is 8%. India, that usually has higher inflation than the other large economies, has a lower inflation rate than these Western ones. So these are the phenomena, and my interpretation why this is happening and why this is playing around and why the rising of the interest rates is being postponed is linked to the fact that in the global financial system there is so much speculative energy that we are about to face a crisis that is much worse than what we saw in 2009. So this is much worse than what we saw in 2008.
This is one of the phenomena that we face, and it explains why the central banks fail to react, and they should. Another important factor is currently we do not see a sufficient strong impulse towards growth of salaries. They are growing slower than inflation. Now, the big question is whether this slow growth will be sustained, or will there be a new cycle where salaries grow and then they push the prices up? It's quite unpleasant what is happening. The narrative hiding what is happening is also unpleasant. Let me go back to your question, what I expect will happen. Central banks have announced, ECB and the US Central Bank, that in the late first quarter 2022, they will cease with printing of money. They print money by buying of enormous quantities of securities. This should be the first step. And then when this step happens, if it happens, there should be an increase of interest rates. I assume when this happens that there will be a light growth, for example, in increments by 0.25%. This entails that there will be no major exceptions when it comes to inflation rate. Nobody knows today, including the central bankers, what will actually happen. The models they use to project their policies are such that they are not helpful. Also, what is threatening and what is a concern from the Serbian perspective is that when interest rates grow, the biggest victims will be emerging countries and economies. There will be a faster growth of interest rates than in the West, and then when that happens, we will see to what extent the systems are indebted and how difficult it is to service the debts. So the latest information is that in 2008, when we had the crisis, the total level of debt state, citizens, economy was at around 280% of the world GDP. Now it's about 320%. The risk of interest rate growth is enormous. You mentioned transportation costs going up from Asia, and I receive emails where they tell me that the nearshoring is the, well, new thing, in that Serbia and other countries can use this opportunity to attract investors, because everybody wants to source goods from Serbia, Ukraine, Egypt, instead of China and India. In this light of nearshoring, if this is the big new thing, is globalization dead? If we will rely on the near shores, so to speak, how will globalization look like in the next 10 years? This is an interesting question. We live for quite a while in an atmosphere when one can clearly see that there is a trade war going on. We have an investment war raging. We have a conflict between the West and China. And this factor should lead to shortening the supply lines, should bring the repatriation of production closer to home. I expected it that very quickly we'll see these deglobalization processes in full swing. However, of course, COVID has shown to what extent the world depends on just one part of the world, because more than 90% of protective equipment for COVID came from China. COVID has shown to what extent the world relies upon China, and then when there is disturbance, disorder, problems emerge. In spite of the expectations, statistics do not show that there is a deglobalization going on. China has a higher trade surplus than before the crisis, the COVID pandemic, actually. One would expect that the U.S. is more independent now, but the U.S. trade deficit is the highest in history today. But we would perhaps expect it to go down. And we would expect also that investment in China to go down. They are not going down. China has exceeded the U.S. in terms of value on investments coming to China. The bottlenecks in transport that we see also show that enormous quantities of goods from the East are coming towards Western countries. So statistics do not confirm what should be expected, logically expected. So we can ask ourselves, is it because it is a short period, a period that was transformed by the COVID crisis, or maybe it's about the fact that the interests of big companies exceed the strategic interests of states. Although the states are trying to repatriate production closer, although they are trying to retain investments, they are still going towards China. This is the situation for the time being. The question being, well, whether the trend will continue, but it's unusual that statistics speak completely contrary to reason and logic and what we read on the headlines in the media. Just a small fine-tuning element. China has developed an enormous internal market. Even if you don't want to invest in China, you must, because failing that, you will, of course, forbid yourself the biggest market in the world. And this is the globalization paradox.
So you have said this well. Many things are anti-intuitive, and like this printing of money and there is no inflation, as you explained in the first question. The following question. In the last few years, we've seen that the officials are saying that we have reached or surpassed former Yugoslav republics, Macedonia, Bosnia, Montenegro, and now we are, the official, Serbian officials are setting a very ambitious goal that we are going to catch up with Croatia. Can we really expect that Serbia is going to reach the level of its first neighbor that is still ahead of us? Serbia could reach, catch up with Croatia in, let's say, in 20 years. I will give you a few figures that will explain this, why I do not share the optimism of the government. Their optimism is based on the fact in the last couple of years, Serbia has fared very well last year. It was among the first 6 countries that had the best results. The smallest reduction of the GDP. Out of these 6, 4 were practically at the same level. Serbia had a decline of 0.9%. The others had 0.8%. So Serbia did well last year. This year we've had good increase, 7%. And cumulatively, Serbia is going to end up probably, cumulatively speaking, among the first 3 countries in Europe when we talk about the growth. But when we talk about the general level of the GDP, the picture is quite sad. As of now, Serbia is ahead of Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, in front of Moldova and Ukraine by the GDP per capita. This piece of information is overrated, but the government are using that. The government is using it, so I'm using it as well. This does not necessarily reflect on the quality of life, but this is a bit more complicated topic. We don't have the time. Let us go back to the statistics. According to the forecasts of the International Monetary Fund, I'm saying that these forecasts are usually, they're not very reliable, but in the next 5 years, Serbia could surpass only 2 countries, Montenegro and Belarus. All other countries are still way ahead of Serbia. When you do an analysis of like this, Bulgaria, which is the worst ranking among our neighbors within the European Union, they are around 22% ahead of us. We're talking about GDP per capita. So my intuition says that Bulgaria is not that way ahead, but these are the figures that we are dealing with. If Serbia wanted, let's say, Croatia is 46%, Romania 29%, Hungary over 70%. If we tried to project it like this, that in the forthcoming period, Serbia is going continuously year in, year out to develop 2% faster than the others. Let's say if Bulgaria is developing at the scale of the percentage of 3, Serbia is going to do it 5, and we do it like that, then Serbia will be able to catch up with Bulgaria in 10 years, Croatia in 15, Hungary in 27 years. Even with this optimistic scenario, I'm not going to be there, but I would rejoice it. Serbia is lagging behind tremendously. But it has one factor we should not forget, that this lagging behind is primarily linked to the loss of the GDP which Serbia had during the 1990s. The GDP during the 1990s was halved. Not a single economy in Europe has suffered that. To make up for this is almost impossible. You know, when I talk, you know, if I spoke with Bulgarian listener, I would say, how is it possible that a country which lost 10 years and was under sanctions, I would, if I were Bulgarian, I would say, how is it possible that we are only 22% ahead of them? So I have been criticizing ever since I've been writing. This model on foreign direct investments is where you accept the colonial structure. This is a colony where you only add cheap labor. Everything else is in the hands of the foreigners. I don't know what one should do and how much one should shout and scream and to draw attention that this is not a good growth model. It is proven that this is not a good growth model, both in theory and in practice. The projections of the Monetary Fund is that Serbia in the mid and long term will develop at the rate of around 4% a year. So GDP will grow at 4%. This is too little to make up for this lagging behind. And I'm afraid that Serbia could catch up with these other countries faster only if something would happen in these countries that would additionally slow their growth. Mind you, we are comparing ourselves with countries that are not economic miracles. These are the countries that practically, maybe apart from Romania that has jumped out, they have very modest growth. This is nothing, no, not to mention Croatia, which for years has been growing at a significantly lower rate than Serbia.
Do you think that could we make some quicker progress in Serbia if we establish some more intensive industry, meaning knowledge-based industry, instead of focusing on cheap, labor-intensive industries as investments? Why shouldn't we make, why wouldn't we make IT hubs? Because we have very good IT people in many cities. First, as this is an excellent industry, but we made a mistake. Instead of motivating, encouraging these companies, we have foreigners that employ these people. And this prevents the emergence of our giants. This is an incredibly competitive market. Everyone wants to pursue this strategy. We are mentioning Belarus as some kind of remote country, godforsaken country, but they have a phenomenal IT sector around Minsk. In this segment, too, you have incredible competition. We are not the only ones. We are not the ones that will make some kind of revolution in the IT sector, because the same logic and way of thinking is applied by everybody. We must think as to what are the presumption of these sectors, and these are education, education, and only education. Education that we should promote in that direction. I love art and social sciences, but the fact that you will have many archaeologists or philosophers will not help you to get out of the situation. We are doing everything to destroy our education system, instead of creating better educational institutions to have the right people. We are creating a disaster. And when we create something, these people will get out of the country. Without a strong state intervention, without promoting this sector with large state investments, no miracle can happen. The state has tried to make these hubs and centers in Belgrade were planned. Unfortunately, it's not easy. We cannot just rely on that. We must promote everything: agriculture, small crafts, everything. And in that, by promoting our own companies, there will be hope. If we bring foreigners, they will take up all the space. They want to make this a country with small salaries, low salaries. Yes, as you said, there will be always someone in Nigeria that will work for 100 and not 200 euros. I know that Minsk has Lvov in Ukraine and Timisoara are IT hubs. The last question concerning the place you are residing in, the UK. Exit is finalized, and now you have two big blows. Double blow. We had a shortage of fuel in the UK, so they realized they didn't have enough drivers for petrol tanks and trucks. Will this trend be reversed? Or they will perhaps give allowances, permits to foreign drivers to come back to the UK? They say that many that, well, will be able to come back to the UK, and the loss of pandemic GDP will be 1% and 4% due to Brexit. Joan said that this is an information that was conveyed, the Economist conveyed information received from other statistical offices, but do you believe in these predictions?
As I've said, these predictions are simple divinations, and I would not really draw any kind of long-term conclusions. But what you can see, and what is very clear, are the anecdotal information that reach you. The situation with fuel has become normal, but the situation with in the transportation system has not is still not normal. And if you go outside London, you will see that a lot of supermarkets have empty shelves. The supplying is much worse than before. I can give you an example, from my life, if you like. I live in central London, and I was for 36 days without running water and heat. The biggest crisis of this crisis because we could not find well-qualified, workmen. Because, people, the guy who came after 36 days was a Romanian. He obviously has the citizenship. And other people say they have huge problems to bring, again, the workers, the craftsmen, if you like. People sponsored them, they registered them in order to verify their requests so that they can bring the workers of this kind. Very often the authorities refuse. In my opinion, Britain has created such a strategic mistake. Let's say the Suez crisis is nothing, a child's play, in comparison to this strategic mistake. The British ports are working way below their capacities. Everywhere in the world you have a chaos with ships waiting. British ports are simply idling. Another thing linked to the financial sector, the exchange in Amsterdam has surpassed London Stock Exchange when it comes to the trading with shares. So Amsterdam has a higher turnover of shares than London. This did not happen in the post-war history. World War II, obviously. These are the phenomena that show what is happening on the front. This problem about the labor, we have a huge number of people who work, particularly the nurses, let's say, the auxiliary staff. Most of them were immigrants. The system, the British system, is falling apart because it is breaking, because there are not enough workers, there is not enough labor within the system. These are dangerous things that are continuously being hidden by some pointless affairs. You continuously have some kind of events that that push the fundamental issues and problems of Britain, you know, sort of under the carpet. They have a threatened state unity, if you like. This is inexplicable what the Brits have done to themselves. Final example, when you talk to people, there are people who believe that what is happening in Britain is a product of a great wisdom. The people who pushed for Brexit know something we do not know, that this is the famous British wisdom, and that we will see why Britain has left the European Union. I believe that this is a great illusion, and that what happened is the defeat of the British ruling class that has never looked worse or less competent than now. Thank you, Nebojša. We've had a fantastic discussion with Nebojša, and see you next year, hopefully, in a live version. So that's great.
Hvala Žikici koji je vodio razgovor.
Thank you for moderating this discussion with Nebojša Katić. We will now look at a video of our partner company Alumil.
Ovo je naš posao. Element koji je promenio svet. Revolucionarni materijal sa kojim radimo preko 30 godina. Od arhitektonskih profila do predmeta za svakodnevnu upotrebu. Sa najsavremenijim pogonima u 12 fabrika zadovoljavamo sve potrebe za aluminijumskim profilima napravljenim po meri. Posjedujemo jedno od najvećih postrojenja za plastifikaciju i eloksažu u Evropi. Kontrolišemo celokupni proizvodni proces. Imamo bogato znanje i iskustvo sa aluminijumom i njegovim mogućnostima. Oživljavamo ideje i projekte. Pružamo podršku i rešenja prilagođena različitim zahtevima. Sprovodimo kontrolu kvaliteta. U skladu sa evropskim i internacionalnim standardima i sa principima održivog razvoja. I kada je proizvod spreman, obezbeđujemo najbolji način pakovanja. Kako bi bezbedno stigao do klijenta i našao svoju pravu svrhu. Da unapredi kvalitet života ljudi. Alumil. Gradimo savršenstvo svaki dan.
I pre nego
Before I check out officially, thank you for standing with our conference, for participating. At the end, we have to hear, as like every year, Joan Hoey from the Economist Intelligence Unit. We will hear new analysis and developments on the global stage, and Žikica will be discussing with her on these topics. I wish you best of luck in the following year, and see you in a year.
And welcome. I'm very, very thankful that you're my guest this year too. And I would like to ask you a couple of questions considering primarily the UK and the situation in the UK and everything connected with the recent developments inside the UK, which is very dynamic, I must say. First of all, I would like to ask you why the change of the name? Why not the world in 2022, but the world ahead 2022? After all these years, why the rebranding?
Sure, yeah, thank you. Yeah, as you say, after all these years, this is the 36th edition of the annual. I should just say, just to explain, so my name is Joan Hoey and I'm the Director for Europe at the Economist Intelligence Unit. with a sister organization of The Economist magazine. So every year, as you know, The Economist produces this future-gazing edition, and that used to be called The World In. So it would have been The World in 2022. Now it's called The World Ahead. And the reason for that is the change of name. It just gives us more flexibility to create other products, other future-gazing products that aren't pegged to a particular year. So we will, continue to produce this annual with our predictions for the coming year, but then the change of name just gives us more scope to, for example, to do something that focuses on maybe a particular sector, maybe looking at financial services, future of crypto or health or something to that effect. So it's just, that's the reason for it, just to open up the possibilities to do more. And but the annual essentially remains the same. It's written by Economist journalists, and it's got guest pieces from leading figures in politics and business, science, the arts, and so on. And of course, it focuses a lot on big events that are going to be happening in the coming year. And just a kind of brief recap for your listeners, those will include obviously a new chancellor in Germany. So by the new year, Olaf Scholz should be in office. We've got the US midterm elections. We've got big presidential elections in France, in Brazil. We've got a presidential election in Italy. We've got elections in Serbia, of course, triple elections. Xi Jinping will be confirmed in power in 2022. It's the 75th anniversary of India's independence, so a big year for India. We've got the Winter Olympics in Beijing, and we've got the World Cup in Qatar as well. So those are just a few things. I know you want to focus on the UK now in your conversation with me, but thought it would just be good to recap on some of the big things that are happening next year.
Yes, and I have to say, if our viewers didn't see the magazine is actually featuring a couple of new sections this year, and I believe it's going to be a part of rebranding, like Super Forecast and stuff like that. And it's like 10% bigger than last year, and I believe it's going to stay. What I wanted to ask you is that we've waited for 5 years for Brexit after the referendum. It was tiresome, watching all these negotiations, and it teamed up with pandemic. It's a very unfortunate event. Finally, it happened, but it teamed up with the pandemic. We saw the fuel shortages. We saw the driver shortages in the UK, and we don't know what is going to happen. Now the Prime Minister Boris Johnson wants to level up the UK areas actually left behind. He wants to put them up, to get the speed that the more developed regions of the UK have, and it's still. Britain is still hit with the loss of GDP growth due to pandemic, and also the Economist says it's going to be as much as 4% due to Brexit. We had so much information about all these things. But what is your view? What is the future of Britain? It seems very, very dynamic and interesting.
Of course, Britain is always interesting. So, as you know, the Brits have this phrase, a double whammy. And that's when two bad things happen at once. Ne znam kako se kaže na srpskom, možda dupli udar ili ne znam. But Brexit and the pandemic are a case of a double whammy in terms of their short-term negative impact. Whether there's going to be a sustained long-term negative impact, I think, is open to debate. By the way, it wasn't The Economist that said Brexit would result in the UK economy being 4% smaller over the longer run than it would have been without Brexit. It was actually the Office for Budget Responsibility, which is the government's economic forecaster, that said that. And that institution doesn't have, I should say, a stellar forecasting record. And it was the Bank of England that I think estimated that the long-term impact of COVID would be the equivalent of 1% of GDP. So I think the world ahead was just citing those institutions. Now, our own Economist Intelligence Unit forecasts for the UK are probably more bullish than those of the Office for Budget Responsibility and the Bank of England, even though in the short term, we recognise, as did anybody, that there would be short-term disruption, inevitably, particularly on the trade front as a result of Brexit. Now, it's difficult to disentangle the economic impact of these two things, Brexit and the COVID-19 pandemic, given that they overlapped, because we finally left the single market, EU single market, and the customs union in January 2021 after this one-year transition period that occurred. And obviously trade did collapse in the months that followed. But also we have to bear in mind that the UK was in the middle of its third national lockdown. So it's impossible to say with any degree of certainty which factor was actually the most important in terms of that collapse of trade. And 1 year later, you'd think it might be a bit easier to disentangle the various impacts. But it's still difficult because the pandemic is still with us, and it's not easy to isolate, the economic effects of Brexit from the problems caused by the pandemic. So what we saw happening in the UK in this year is the economy bouncing back very strongly from this very big contraction that occurred in 2020 when real GDP declined by 9.7% in the UK. Our estimate of growth this year is for almost 7%, 6.7%. And so we don't expect real GDP levels in the UK to return to the pre-pandemic 2019 level until 2022. So we were forecasting growth of 4.1% in 2022 next year. But obviously the emergence in November of this new variant, Omicron variant of the coronavirus, complicates matters, and it introduces more uncertainty into everybody's forecasts about for the economy, UK economy and the European economy next year, especially if it's confirmed to be more contagious and more resistant to the vaccines than other variants. Now, again, the UK has suffered, like other European economies, from supply chain problems, energy supply shortages, and inflation. So these are problems that are not unique at all to the UK. And I think the story is a very simple one. What we saw happening this year was economic demand bounced back much more quickly than supply. And the results, there was this huge increase in demand. And you could say actually that global supply chains have actually performed quite well in the circumstances, but obviously couldn't keep up with the demand. And so we had shortages, bottlenecks, and inflation. And there were also shortages of workers, especially lorry drivers and people working in hospitality. Now, certainly all these things reflected the fallout, global fallout from the pandemic. Then, we have to try and account for the impact of Brexit and whether this has really just exacerbated, the problems that are common to all of the developed European economies. I think what you could say maybe is that Brexit will just enhance or exacerbate those problems, and the effects may linger longer in the UK because of Brexit. We know that the trade deal that was introduced at the start of 2021, it allows consumers and firms to avoid tariffs and quotas on goods, but nevertheless, there are frictions, new frictions at the border. So supply shortages could last further into 2022. And I think the shortage of workers may also last a while, take some time to sort out. It's not uniquely a British problem. Every other country, advanced economy, is suffering shortages of lorry drivers. But obviously Brexit complicates things, and firms that have relied on EU workers, such as road haulage, hospitality, food processing, they've suffered quite a lot. Now, EU workers who have settled status, previously resident in the UK, are free to return to the UK. It's not clear whether many will come back because of the pandemic, for other reasons. Higher pay in all those industries now will attract more British workers into those jobs, but that's going to take time. And I think it's very likely that the UK government will allow more migration to fill in the gaps. And we never thought that Brexit would result in a huge downturn in the immigration numbers, even if the composition of the migrant inflows changes, away from the EU towards other nationalities. So that's my answer. It's still difficult to disentangle, but I think, the most important point maybe over the long term is that regardless of the pandemic, regardless of Brexit, the UK economy faced over very many years significant economic policy challenges, including, a track record of very low public investment in infrastructure, very low levels of investment in new productive industries and innovation, high housing costs, another problem, and this chronically low productivity growth. So these were problems regardless of the pandemic or Brexit. And the hope was that Brexit and this rupture, this kind of policy rupture, would provide the impetus for governments to address these long-standing structural challenges that have been neglected for decades by governments. And I think how governments now address these challenges, much more than the UK's future trading relationships, this will be decisive in determining the long-term growth prospects for the UK.
Thank you. And the second question is both questions that follow actually are connected with the first one. The energy crisis, the soaring prices and the demand of greener energy, and the natural gas prices are going up, and everything happens quite quickly. The demand is soaring, and after the years and years of quantitative ease, the inflation finally appeared. Many people warned about that. And is it something that we should fear? Is it something that is a short-term thing, or is it going to last? How do you predict what's going to happen with this expensive energy situation and market?
Yeah, well, I guess, forecasters should always, be a little bit humble and, not insist on something with, huge certainty. So everybody's been using this phrase transitory, this inflation spike is transitory, it's not going to last, and so on. And there's good reasons, why economists have argued that. And in the end, you do have to make a call. Otherwise, what is your forecast worth if you don't make a call? Now, it's likely, I expect that this is our view, that this inflation spike is going to last rather longer than maybe some had anticipated, 6 months ago. It is going to last through into 2022, at least through the first half of 2022, before it begins to abate. But I think even then we should exercise some caution. So I would say, first of all, that the spike in inflation today is certainly abnormal. You know, this is not normal. We've had about 3 decades in which inflation in the developed economies has been averaging about 2% per year. You know, certainly not really going above 4%. So in response to this acceleration in inflation that we've seen, we've had fiscal hawks, inflation hawks, demanding that central banks increase interest rates, end QE, and so on. Now, the first point that I would make is that any year-on-year comparison at the moment, you know, we shouldn't read too much into it, whether that's a year-on-year comparison for growth rates, GDP growth rates, for consumer spending, for employment, unemployment, and so on. All of these things are going to be distorted by the impact of the lockdowns and then the reopening that occurred in 2021. And so it's very clear that the pandemic is the reason for this very unusual, abnormal inflation spiked. Inflation has jumped massively as the global economic recovery has got underway in 2021. It also disrupted supply chains, mostly in Asia. Commodity prices are also at record highs. And all these things are going to last, as I said, through into 2022, continuing to fuel industrial and consumer prices. And so do we call that transitory or not? I think probably it's best to avoid that description. I think the Fed chair also made this point quite recently. Now, our view does assume that inflation will edge down in 2022 and beyond. And we therefore expect interest rates to remain fairly low. And that's, you know, one very important reason for that is to try and keep public debt servicing and financing at manageable levels. But there's no doubt that a sustained rise in inflation is the main risk for the global economy and the global economic recovery. And, you know, we know from past experience that sometimes things that start out as temporary can become more permanent, at least when it comes to inflation. You know, if businesses expect prices to keep rising, then they may increase output prices to compensate, and then you get into this inflationary spiral. So our expectation is that most central banks will start tightening monetary policy in 2022. We know that in Eastern Europe and other places, central banks have already started this tightening cycle because they're facing different pressures. But certainly in the developed economies, we expect that process to start happening in 2022. And the reason is for the caution and this kind of go slow approach is, as I said, they don't want to derail the economic recovery. There's worries about public debt servicing and so on. However, some central banks may respond by tightening monetary policy sooner and more quickly than investors are currently expecting. And the Fed, that's the US Federal Reserve, the US Federal Bank, has already signaled that interest rates could rise, you know, earlier than had previously been assumed. And we've seen that benchmark US bond yields have already started to rise. And if that trend accelerates, it will push up debt servicing costs significantly and could threaten the global economic recovery. So this is a very big question, certainly one that everybody needs to keep their eyes on in the coming months.
Thank you. And the last it is for you, but I've read a lot of things about the new alignment of the UK and its economy with the older brothers and former colonies, like a short Commonwealth, should I say. It's called Kanzak, or I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it well, but it's Australian New Zealand. About 70% of people in all of these countries are in favor of such economic union. Is it feasible part of the UK in the future? I mean, after parting ways with the UK, with the EU, and obviously Canada is more fond of this economic bloc than former NAFTA.
Yeah. Well, actually, I would say that the most significant development over the past year has been the AUKUS deal, this trilateral security pact between Australia and the UK and the US, because it goes beyond this Kanzuk Five Eyes intelligence alliance, which is made up of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Australia and the UK. And the importance of AUKUS shouldn't be underestimated at all. And I think there's several reasons for that. Number one, because this very tight security partnership with the US that is actually insoluble because of the nuclear component to it and the nuclear sharing, technology sharing element of it. Number two, it really does give some substance to the UK's foreign policy pivot to the Indo-Pacific, which was announced earlier this year in the integrated review of security and defence that was published in March, I think, 2021. And the third thing, it also shows that new alliances are being formed in this rather fluid geopolitical world that we're now in, one in which the US-China rivalry obviously assumes increasing salience. Another example of that, AUKUS is one of them. Another example is the Quad, which is Japan and India and Australia and the US, which is, this so-called Asian NATO. And we're likely to see much more of this new alliances coming into being. And the target of these alliances is clearly China. And for the UK, AUKUS, I would say, is the most significant development since Britain acquired its own nuclear weapons in 1958. It's a major commitment that's going to absorb a lot of resources. It's going to entail the development of next generation nuclear submarines. The UK will provide Australia with the nuclear submarine capacity. It's going to enable for the UK the deployment of greater resources in the Pacific region. And I think what this all tells us, this is a very concerted attempt by the US, led by the US, with now the UK and Australia very much falling into line behind that. It's an attempt to reassert a new balance of power in a part of the world that now looks very unbalanced because of China's dominance. So for me, that was a really big development this year. And obviously this is a very long-term commitment, and I think it does, it's in keeping with the UK government's ambition to develop an active global foreign policy outside of the EU. And as the integrated review made clear, that means a greater engagement in Asia and the Pacific, including in the form of new trade deals as well, not just these kind of security and military partnerships. So you know, the UK is applying to join the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is a trade bloc of 11 Pacific nations. It's striking trade deals with other regional powers, including Australia, New Zealand, India, and it's engaging more intensively in ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations as well. So, you know, this is all very much a big reorientation of UK policy, and I think it does mean that the UK will become more dependent on its relationship with the US. Of course, the US also needs to mend the UK needs to mend relations with the EU as well, which have become increasingly contentious, and particularly that's the case with France, with whom relations have sunk to a kind of all-time low. I mean, there does appear to be a very large element of President Macron playing to a domestic audience in his Brit bashing, which has been quite intensive in the recent period, and that's, you know, ahead of the presidential election. That always goes down well, I guess, in France, bashing the Brits. But maybe after the election, you know, assuming that Macron wins it, that things might get back on a more even keel.
Thank you, Joan. Oh, well, we smiled a little bit at the end. Thank you. This was a great analysis from Joan Hoey from the Economist. The Economist unit for the conference Svetu 2022. Thank you for this year, and see you next year. Maybe finally see you live.
I hope so. Ciao.
Ciao.